think so, Dakota, but I'm actually not sure yet. In fact, I've already guessed wrong once. We'll see, I suppose. I have decided after some thought and a little bit of research that I probably need to respec. Which kind of sucks, but you know, what can you do? Let's go with that one.
Every time I think it makes sense.
I do want to test something really quick. Let's go here. Good morning, Sierra Mike, Plutonia, Loner, and Zach Taff. What is going on? We're going to respec into this. Failing to hit, apparently. There we go. A little better. Come on, jump out and attack. I know you want to. Anybody? Damn it, Dakota. I mean, I guess it is that time of year. So I can't say anything. I myself have not only been sick recently, but I'm currently fighting off another wave. So, again. Can't say nothing. There we go. Hey, you'd spawn if I gave you enough of a moment. God, those things home in way too much. Game? Do it. And that's all I really need. Let's get out. It's interesting, Morgan TSA. I'm curious why you think that. Good morning, the Poindexter. Good morning, Andity. Alright, so we're going to turn that in and get nothing. Okay, see, that's kind of what I figured. It looks like all we get, nothing otherwise, is that crap. That's all we get. So, that sucks. I was curious. I don't think...
Welcome back.
Containment, right? Yeah, I think so. Hey, hazardous. Formatting.
Containment sector. The containment sector, the Panopticon, is home to the altered items we find and contain. It is a maximum security prison. It's a vault for the most valuable treasures on Earth. It's a powder keg big enough to blow this world to dust. A temple, a place of worship filled with idols of angry gods. It's all of these, and none of them. It's something more profound, unbelievable, unknowable. something worse. Altered items. We've found many. They appear mundane, but nothing could be further from the truth. They are all powerful, dangerous. They press heavy on our minds because that's their nature. They've been altered because we can't stop thinking about them. We put them on altars because they're used to being worshipped. This keeps them calm. We contain them, but they don't want to be controlled. We study them to discover what makes them tick. If this place were ever breached, it would be chaos of biblical proportions.
Hilarion.
Panopticon. Altered items. Maximum security prison. Dangerous.
Hey, Night Forager. I mean, it's the old equation, isn't it, Hasdus? You can store everything in one thing where you can concentrate all your defenses, but it's a singular point of failure. Or you can spread it out and not have the same level of defenses at each installation. Which is better? That's a pretty real, pretty even mundane equation that a lot of people have to think about. Hell, even I have to deal with that, because where do I store all my backup files? Do I spread them out? Do I put them on one hard drive? Do I put them on 2 hard drives? How many do I put on which hard drive? Etc, etc, etc. Oh, that looks fun. Well, before I go in there and start killing people, I do want to say thank you to Gold Tech very much. I will jot that down for Fallout New Vegas. Flying banelings. Wonderful. You know, I've never actually seen those movies, Zactaft. I mean, I've seen parts of the first one. Sorry, I shouldn't laugh, Walker, but lol. Okay, well, that's a hell portal. This is the same hell portal. Oh, that's always good to know. that's tiring. Wait a minute. Anime isn't real, Walker? Sorry. By the way, you'll be hearing that line of dialogue in Chapter 5. Along with, let's be honest, most of the dialogue of that game. Yeah. There are surprisingly few names on that list. I might be so bold. Also, not really well designed for expansion on the list, if I might also nitpick a little bit. You know, maybe they don't want the list to expand? I don't know. Oh, whatever. Let's go through security, I guess. Ugh, frickin' TSA, I swear. Okay, well, that's what's that way. Let's go the other way. I could fit through that. Don't lie to me, game. Get a little TSA revenge here. There we go. We're good, we're good. It's true, Larry. Kind of disturbing when you think about it. Come on. Or don't. It would just be listed as Avengers, Act F. Enemies do have to reload, but, I mean, their reload time on those rocket launchers isn't super long. It's like 5 seconds. Excuse me. Suffer me now. That's a good question. I'll have to check. I mean, it only lasts for a bit. I was already looking at the tree to improve that. It increases how long you hold on to them. Apparently I need clearance level 6 to access the fungus, the mold. Yeah. Alright. I'm taking the snacks, and no one's gonna eat... Oh, wait, there we go, there we go. The next person who eats my lunch from the fridge when I have clearly labeled it Getting a fridge to the face. Yeah, this isn't mind control so much as puppetry, really. Or flipping the, oh, what's it called? The EIDs? I can't remember the term all of a sudden. IFFs, there we go. That's effectively all we're doing, based on what my understanding is of what's going on here. Because they won't attack each other, and they will attack anything that is not themselves, so we just reverse that. Number 6. Safe. Hi, Elizar. No, Elizar? That's a very strange question. Afraid I'm gonna have to shoot you for asking it. Sorry. Or maybe throw something at you, I don't know. I'll figure something out. I got tools. I'm joking. You're fine. But no, I absolutely do not think that. Speaking of... Yes, Gates McFadden, Elizar. Yeah, I don't want to walk on this. Or be near this. Like, I don't want to be within a mile of this nonsense. Can we leave? The deceased was a year-old with no significant past medical history. Subject was brought in after being discovered in the active threshold in an early state of decay that is characteristically fungal-based in its appearance. During autopsy, the cadaver's pleural cavities were revealed to be entirely filled with the fungus known as the mold, to an extent that the medical staff were forced to put it on decontamination suits. The procedure was also hindered by anomalies such as the deceased's high body temperature and undulating torso muscles, presumably but not provably caused by trapped gases. Routine samples, as well as tissue samples requested by Dr. Underhill, were successfully extracted. However, the rapid retrogression outside of the host body needs to be noted. Cause of death, mold ingestion. Holy crap. Yeah, like, we're safe from the hiss, but I don't think we have anything that prevents spores from growing inside our lungs. Can we, like, not be around here? Please. It didn't get worse. Okay. I mean, ignore the giant room that I'm currently just taking some nice deep lungfuls. Yep, this is how the orcs finally invade Earth. It's been a while, but they figured it out. They have a lot of decon chambers, which, well, it looks like they're not infested, so it looks like they were doing something. The only part of this place that isn't covered in mold. But it's my job to question its activity. Literally! Okay, you know what? I don't like hearing whispering death while I'm working, so... Quit it. I'll see if this is actually faster. No whispers. I have enough whispers of my own. Thanks. Yeah, no kidding, Loner. If you just hear in the background, that's a bad sign in general. It's even worse if you just hear one-winged angel just fire up. That's the real bad sign. I think I've seen a joke about that where someone's just walking along and all of a sudden it just fires up. It's like, oh crap! Wah, 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 wah. Wah, 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 wah. Sorry. Morrowind combat music. I can never remember the name of the damn things, but those freaking flying pests. And then you just stay in combat with it for 5 years. The Wolf Globe. No unique procedure required. However, contact should be limited, as some report feeling disoriented after looking at it. Item is handmade, set in dark wood. The item itself is lacquered, hand-painted, spins freely on all axes. While the continents and oceans are recognizably those of Earth, careful examination has revealed numerous and other geographic additions that do not exist on our planet. One of these islands has a city on it marked Tanrelio. There are no signatures left by its maker. Physical contact renders the subject dizzy and disoriented, with some feeling of unfamiliarity with their surroundings. The effect seems to grow worse with prolonged contact, culminating a sense of listlessness and depression. Suicide has been observed in Handler. So there you go. There's our daily mandated YouTube suicide. It's almost sad how we keep getting that in there. Then again, we're playing games like Control and Max Payne 2, so that we're probably covered on the suicide quota for the next few days. Well, unfortunately, I think I need to go down here now. Which I really don't want to do. I want to know what that is over there. We'll come back to that. This world is imperfect. I lost my monocle during the move. I'm not sure what happened to it exactly. There's the other side of the TSA booth, so that's something. Good. There we go. Where we're going, we don't need red lines. Either that or most people didn't wear their frickin' vests, which is funny if you think about it. You'd think at a place like this, when one of the head researchers say, hey, we've got this vest to protect you, wear it, you'd think they'd wear it. You know? A few of them did. Pretty much everyone who's currently alive did. Alright, let's see what this does.
P6 is what the Bureau calls Dylan. His cell's been breached. Has the Hiss found him? Are you there with him? Can you protect him?
He's totally the source of the Hiss. I'm just saying. Or like, I'm telling you, he's his prime. Whatever that ends up being, he's his prime. Could you stop screaming, please? I'm trying to sleep. God. And you're right, Zach Taft. Trench was probably like, don't wear these. Okay. I wouldn't want to sleep in that room, I'll be honest. Exactly, Retu. How many of them are actually wearing the masks, Hazardous? The hiss is a good damn question. If you figured it out, Night Forger, let me know. I actually do have a theory as to what the hiss is. Nobody. Wow. I mean, when I was younger, that would have been me, but I've been through too many just-in-case scenarios, you know, whatever the proper term is for that, to not be the person who's wearing his mask. You know what I mean? I'm the person who's really careful and does all the checks every time I go driving. Which, if that doesn't sound weird, well, I mean, it's driving. It's normal. You do it every day, right? Yeah. Anyways. Okay, so now it's blue. Dot-em-dee, dot-em-die. These ones are blue, too. So that's cool. Okay, whatever. Just checking. Still can only interact with the one door.
It's been a long time since Dylan and I knew each other. I've wondered about him. What kind of man he'd grow up to be. Were things as hard for him as they were for me? Maybe in here, they were even harder.
So, you didn't see it because this is all that happened, but this was me attempting to draw my weapon. Because this is what we call sus.
Oh, hello. Is there something I can help you with?
Although he is wearing his
I'm
vest.
Jesse, the new director. I need to get inside.
New director. Right. Well, okay. Hello, I'm Frederick Langston, the Panopticon supervisor. It's not the best time for a tour. We have hiss everywhere, numerous cell breaches, and system failures across the board, but you're the director, so here we go. Founded by Zachariah Trench, the Panopticon is our state-of-the-art repository for all altered items,
don't have time for
objects
this.
of power, and...
I was told Dylan Faden was kept here. Can you help me find him?
Faden. Sure. Darling wanted him somewhere secure and isolated away from people. He's in the maximum security cells, upper level. But there's currently a pressing matter, ma'am. We've got an object of power loose in there. It's wrecking the place. The Benikoff TV, it's a real doozy. Salvador took a team in to handle it, but no one's heard from them for hours. This is a Category 5 OOP we're talking about, and if we don't contain it soon, it will tear the Panopticon apart. And we don't want all those altered items getting loose, ma'am. No, trust me.
Dylan's in there.
Open the door, Langston. I'll handle it.
If you say so. I usually tell first-timers not to touch anything, so, just do that. Here, I'll get the door for you.
I like his barely
And
kempt
please,
tie.
ma'am, call me Fred.
Thanks, Langston.
So many salvages. Guess life's a breach, huh?
The Panopticon. Dylan's close. But that object of power might wreck this place before I find him.
Nice place. Oh, we can upgrade Pierce. Which we're... yeah. Yeah, I know what we're gonna do. Yeah, I know.
Can we provide any assistance at this time, sir?
Is the TV back in its box yet? No rush or anything, it's just, you know, an ongoing concern.
Do you like working at the FBC?
Sure. I mean, yeah, the drama's a bit much, but I get better benefits here than I would over at the Postal Service. I checked. Better healthcare. That's not to say I don't like my job, ma'am. Been here over 15 years. No one knows the Panopticon collection better than me. I'm, close to them, in a way.
I can't tell if that's creepy or normal here.
How do you keep the altered items under control?
It depends on the item. Each one has different needs. Ritualistic touches go a long way. Singing to them,
Did he say
flipping the
singing?
lights 3 times, that sort of thing. It's not superstition if it works.
What's the difference between objects of power and altered items?
Think of them like storms. Objects of power are like tropical cyclones or hurricanes for the uneducated. They're big, rare, and scary. Of course, directors can just bind the OOP and become the eye of the storm. Altered items are more like weird thunderstorms. Some may rain frogs, some may rain corn, but they all rain something.
And how does the hiss factor into all that?
It's changing them, making them aggressive. Now they're all raining, I don't know, knives. Knife rain.
Nice metaphor.
It's apt, though. Think about it. They're raining knives. It's overt and aggressive, and that's pretty much the hiss, right? I mean, that makes sense. What are they raining? Knives! You heard of cats and dogs? You ain't heard nothing. Hang on one second. My camera settings got reset for some reason. There we go. Ham. No. They rain axes on Tuesdays.
Did you work closely with Trench?
Oh, he spent most of his time with Darling and all them. The inner circle. Not that I care.
Trent certainly had his favorites.
He did stop in occasionally to scowl and smoke. Did you know the Bureau has a no smoking policy? It does. Just not for Trench. Still, he is the one who put aside funding for the Panopticon. The man did have vision.
And I've said this before, it makes sense that he was smoking all the time, because he probably wasn't smoking at all. He just had the frickin' cigarette from the ashtray, right?
How did you get this job?
Started as a junior agent because my uncle knew a guy. From there I got put on a desk until an accident left the containment sector severely understaffed. At which point I got bumped up to management. Put in a steady 8 hours a day for another 10 years, and voila, supervisor.
I just picked up a gun. Or a gun picked me.
No, you did have to choose to be chosen.
I'll see you later, Langston.
I'll be here, like
Yeah, and-
always.
Honestly, Zactef, I think Abather would have a field day.
Stop hits theaters tonight. Can't believe I'm missing an Alex Casey movie for this.
Isn't that from Alan Wake? Anyways, Abather would probably have a field day trying to modify the directors, the psychics, paranaturals, whatever you want to call them, para-utilitarians. I forget what it is. Yeah, we've got a bit of an unintentional Klingon promotion system going on here. Oh yeah, I meant to check my mods. I should do that. Well, I suppose that's as good a time as any to mention that the first thing I learned about this game was something I later found out was essentially a spoiler. The fact that this and Alan Wake share the same continuity, the same setting. That was the first fact I learned about this game. I'm still a little pissed about that. Hope I can do it there sometime. Other than the movie reference just so far, no. That's part of why I've actually stayed quiet about that little factoid until just now. Sure, we'll do that. No, it's fine, History Maker. You're right. People have been really open and blatant about it in the last few years. It's just interesting because if you're paying attention, you know, like I am, that random one-off comment just now is the first reference, and we're over 10 hours into this game, of Alan Wake at all. First reference. And it's this tiny little side thing. So, you know, I'm reminded of Thor Ragnarok. I'm not even going to say what it is, but there's a certain aspect of Thor Ragnarok which is a really cool moment that loses almost all of its impact because it was in all the trailers. But if you actually pay attention to the construction of the movie, if you actually follow the movie's design, there's no hints of it. It's a shock moment. It's supposed to be a big reveal, and yet they advertised it everywhere. Like, there was no getting away from it. It's like, yes, that's the scene I'm referring to, Hazardous. And it's like, oh, okay. Why did you give away that, let's be honest, awesome, legitimate cinematic moment? And the answer is, of course, marketing. Oh, right, I was going to do that, too. Since we're committing to this at the moment. Oh, I still need one more point. That's right. Whatever. I mean, yeah, the trailer people have always been the bane of movie people, but good lord. Why is that thing bouncing? Oh, it's just physics. Stop physicsing! No more physics. Yeah, if I'm being completely honest, you know, that little, hey, you know, that was Alan Wake, right? That would be, oh, that would have been a cool reference. And I honestly probably wouldn't have even thought twice about it. If not for the fact that that was the first thing that was spoiled for me. Right now, in terms of, you know, how to make trailers, it's a very, how do I phrase this? I don't like using this word unless I mean it as an insult, so I guess I'll go ahead and use it. The trailer industry is very incestuous. The people who make trailers because the other people who made trailers recommended them to make trailers, and so now the trailer making people are recommending other. It's a very tight-knit, very tiny group of a surprisingly small number of people who make trailers for most things: games, movies, and shows. It's its own industry, and it's kind of crap, honestly. No, absolutely, Jaron Dauphine. The problem has been around for some time, of course, but it's gotten especially bad in about the last decade or so. Because, yeah, you ever heard of the phrase that movie trailers are formulaic? It's not a meme or a joke. There's a literal pattern. You can line up trailers alongside each other, for different genres even, and you could see that they are the same beats at the same times for the same intent, with the same edits, and it's just the same damn thing over and over again. It's one of the reasons why I'm kind of anti-trailer nowadays. Now, it's worth noting this is the norm. There are exceptions, of course. There are there are movie, show, and game trailers which are actually worth a damn. But at this point, I would say those are the exception. What the hell? Okay. Well, floor 5 is P6. What the hell is floor 3? Alright, whatever. Up, please. Vault 4, I guess.
Something went wrong with the Bureau's plan to make Dylan the next director. Marshall made it sound like it was all Dylan's fault, but how much of it was what the Bureau did to him? I don't think she's telling me everything.
Okay. Let me guess, it's formulaic like that. Yeah, it's like it's an advert. You want to work at the, I can't think of the name of the acronym all of a sudden. The Bureau? You get to hang out with us. FBC, there we go. You want to work at the FBC?
Hello? Is anyone there? Hello? Is anyone there?
What are you doing in there?
Oh, thank God! Look, someone has to watch this object at all times, or it deviates. My shift replacement never showed up. Can you help me?
Damn. I can't, I'm sorry. There's an emergency. I'll come back, I promise.
Okay, just don't forget. I can't stare at this thing much longer.
That sounds awful. That's so wonderfully supernatural, isn't it? Like, we have guard duty in real life, so this is a slightly different guard duty. Keep staring at this. What else should I do, sir? No, just keep staring at it. Someone will come by to relieve you in 4 hours. What? Anyways, we apparently are coming back to that. No. Hey, people who wore their vests. Damn it. Getting clever now. People who know how to dodge things, who have shields that you need to throw things at in order to get them. And I just lost my rangers, didn't I? Nope, there's still one alive. See, now you're using your noggin, Hazardous. You gotta think about this. What exactly qualifies as staring? Would a camera qualify? Yeah, does it need to be conscious? What is defined as conscious for the purposes of this object? Does it need to be alive? What is defined as alive for the purposes of this object? Etc, etc, etc. When you're dealing with this kind of stuff, you need to get into those nitty-gritty details and really figure out why it works the way it works. And you can do something with it. Well, this place is called the Twisted Passage, so I know I'm going to love this part of the game. I can't drop my weapon.
That's the object of power. I need to cleanse it.
Well, okay. Let's see what we got here. Oh, for Ahti! Oh, for goodness sakes. Yeah, it's not disorienting at all. Okay, cool. Let's just, Interesting. Hello, Dr. Winter. Ah, that's a good point, Loke. Listen, Loke, I need you to do some experiments with this fridge, okay? Just look at it for a while. That doesn't look like a fun room. Okay. Of course, Loke, of course. Just keep standing here till we're done. All right. We need to find out if Loke's blinking constitutes no longer staring at it. If blinking is a problem, then we have a problem. Broke the internet, Mike Romano. Also, I've actually never heard that expression before. What's it mean? Like in actual parlance, what's it mean? That's a lot of shielding. Should never have been accessible to low-clearance staff in the first place.
Was Salvador the head of security? His team didn't stand a chance against the Hiss. No one here does.
If he'd worn his vest. Just saying.
Okay, the TV. Another object of power going nuts. Here we go again.
The crew of the White Ocelot first encountered a strange spherical phenomenon while fishing in the... Witnesses described it as a black sphere with faint light behind it. It hovered just off the bow of the ship. The crew... by throwing a tin bucket, which disappeared into the sphere. Soon after, the vessel lost structural integrity. The ship's metal rusted and fell apart within minutes. As the ship sank, the sphere lowered into the water. A passing fishing vessel called the rescued the 4 surviving crew. Agents were dispatched to the White Ocelot's last known coordinates and began diving operations. On the ocean floor, the agents found the sphere. The ship was entirely destroyed except for its anchor. As agents lifted the anchor off the ocean floor, they noticed the sphere behaving in conjunction with the anchor, moving and stopping as one. Contact with the sphere was avoided, but handling the anchor proved harmless. The item was transported by the to the U.S. port of Upon arriving in New York, it was brought into the Bureau via the Levitation. So the only reason I even know levitation power exists is because I specifically know that speedruns skip it. Because what speedruns do is... Whoops, wrong button. What speedrunners do is this. And this is how they levitate. Anyways, I didn't see it. In fact, I don't see it, Melkor. Means you're lying to me. I knew it. Double checking the log. Nope, it's not there. Well, I do believe you. I think you're not lying to me. So thank you for the invisible sub, Melkor. I will put that invisibly to FF13. Oh, Glee. Testing the limits of how far I can levitate here. No? Apparently there's a height limit. No, I do believe you, Malcolm. I'm poking fun. I do prefer it if those notifications are there, because it's really helpful for my paperwork. But it's not like I think you're lying. It's just I like to have those, because they're all time-stamped, and they're notified, and they're all a nice, convenient place for me to check later, you know what I mean? Looks like the floor under me, camper.
Okay, dealt with the TV. Now I can find Dylan.
So, real quick, thank you, Mike Romano, for the sub that is notified, unlike someone I give it... No, I'm just poking fun, I'm sorry. Do you know what you want to put that towards, Mike Romano? Put that towards the Stargate SG-1 streaminations, which will probably never get funded. I shouldn't say that. I don't want to sound discouraging, but I honestly anticipate that if we do cover SG-1, it's not going to be for years. It's just such a long show, you know, compared to every other show on the books. Don't mind me. Nothing to see here. Nothing to see here. Yeah, exactly, Mike Kamano. It'll probably get there. It's just gonna take a minute. Yeah, it's like 9 seasons or some nonsense. I figured out the math of exactly how many hours it is. It's quite a few. An SG-1 rewrite. Look, I'm still trying to do the Trek rewrite. I'm still very strongly thinking about axing the animations on the Trek rewrite. Which I know is a weird thing, but, you know. It would make the Trek rewrite more happenable. If less enjoyable to perceive. Well, that sucked. Well, I'd rather die than live with raspberry jam, so could someone shoot me to death, please? Oh, wait, there's health up there. Never mind. Never mind, don't shoot me. Well, let me put it to you this way. My current approach is I spend about 20, 30 minutes, something like that, every day getting one scene done. And when I say scene, I mean about a 6-second stretch. Give or take. Like just this morning, I did the scene where... Oh, I saw something. The NXO... I did a scene on the bridge where T'Pol and Reed were working together to coordinate the sensors to be able to target enemies faster when dropping out of warp. Which is going to be a plot point for a later episode, which is why it has to be in the animation. Still nothing. Yeah, alright, we'll talk to the bridge guy. Well, I put up episodes as he puts up his episodes, Mike Romano. And they're not really on any kind of a schedule. It's more like they're whenever they're done. And that's the short answer. Oh, right. I was actually going to look at my ability tree. What do we got for levitate? Levitate duration. Pound the ground. Pound. Interesting. We also have the ability to seize big stuff and more stuff. All sorts of other fun stuff. None of which we're going to bother with, of course. Alright, I'm ready. Okay. Well, actually, no, Mike Tomato, because if I'm being completely honest, I spent about 5 weeks solid getting exactly 0 work done on the Trek rewrite. Because I was busy with everything else. Now, I'm currently working on episode 6, which admittedly may not sound like much, but, yeah. That's taken me a while to get there. Right here. No? Right here. Thank you, Melkor Blade. It's It sounds stupid to say, but I'm actually putting an enormous amount of work and thought into which sprites I use for what and where. One of the things I'm striving for is internal consistency. So, for example, certain types of actions or species are always the same sprite set, or backgrounds usually follow a pattern, like, you know, certain types of backgrounds for ground side, certain types of backgrounds for ships, etc., etc. I also try to go for color coordination to make sure that certain species always have a bit of a color coordination, so you can always tell this is the Nausicaans, this is the Vulcans, this is the Tellarites, etc., etc. Interesting. It's actually really frustrating because every time I want to introduce something new, I have to sit down and think, alright, what sprite do I use where and how for this? Is it this way? I don't have time for you. Which I'm not, Micromono. Very much not. All I'd know how to do right now is say, let's get rid of emancipation. Just eject it entirely.
Numerous cell breaches have never got relief. These hiss things are a bad influence on my collection. Let me know when the hiss are gone. I miss my desk.
Well, can't tell him about the fridge.
I'll see you later, Langston.
I'll be
No
here,
fridge telling.
like always.
Sorry. What? Damn it. Ah!
You guys didn't bring my checkers or anything, did you?
Apparently you get ability points for finding hidden locations. Weapon mod's full. Hold up. Let me fix that. Ooh, yeah, let's go with that. Yeah, they certainly follow the shotgun loot approach, which I've never liked in any game ever. I could tolerate it, since it's kind of the point of, you know, most looter games, like Diablo or Torchlight or Borderlands, but I've never liked it. We've already cleaned that up. Eh. Yeah, no, it usually serves as padding. For lack of a more blunt way to put that. Again, see Borderlands. I wonder how much Blackrock is in the, like, the walls. Because we know it's in the doors. That's how they do it. But we now have 4 ability points. So before we do the reset, which we can actually do now, we're going to go full shield and just play with it for a little bit. have to keep an eye out. Thank you, by the way, Nerzos. Let's see what our height limit is. Yeah, right about there. See what I mean by it being relative to the floor? Kind of, yeah, Savacum. There's no... If nothing changes, there's no possibility for that to get better. If that makes any sense. There's no way in hell or high water that I can actually afford to spend more time on the Trek rewrite than I already do. It's probably also worth noting that right now, so those little 20-minute chunks, those are my miscellaneous chunks in my scheduling. Those go towards whatever. The reason I didn't get any Trek rewrite work for 5 weeks done was I was finishing up the theater. I'm going to go and give away the fact that I haven't done any work, well, any tangible work on the theater, the fourth theater, because all that time has been eaten up by the Trek rewrite. Well, there's that stupid swan duck that launches people. And a water cooler? I wonder if you could destroy these objects.
Dylan. He's so close.
What if they've tried to? Now, okay. Jesse. I know that you're, human, but have you considered that finding your brother might not be a good thing, considering that, and, that right there, or that. Notice they do have their vests on, by the way. Just random question, Jesse. I'm wondering. And yes, chapter 4.
Can you hear me? Jesse. Are you there? Jesse.
Emily? He's gone. Dylan isn't here. He might be nearby. Or maybe the hiss got to him. I don't know.
Jesse, listen. Dylan's here. With us. He just walked in.
Well, that's terrifying.
He's giving himself up. He's been affected by the hiss, but he is different than the others. We must isolate him.
I'm on my way. We need to get back.
Well,
I have to see my brother.
okay. Of course, we still don't have level 6 clearance. Yeah, this is, I don't know if this is turbo bad, but it's certainly leaning that way.
All right, I won't take up too much of your time today, Dylan. Like I said, I want to talk about Jessie, your sister.
What about her?
I just want to get your perspective. What do you think of her? What kind of person is she? That sort of thing.
I adored my sister. When I was little, I mean. Back in Ordinary.
And you don't anymore?
When I first got here, sure. I'd always hoped she'd come too. Find me, to take me home. We went everywhere together. Why should this be any different? Casper said she could come too, to the Bureau. If she wanted to. But she never did.
Why do you think that is?
Because she didn't care about me. She always wanted to be out on her own, seeing the world. She always said so. I guess she got what she wanted.
Great. So she wanted to see the world. Did she ever mention any place in particular?
Why?
We like to ask questions around here, you know that. Any particular cities, towns, landmarks, anything like that?
I don't remember.
What about family friends? Were you close with anyone living outside of Ordinary?
I'm done with this. Tell Casper I want pizza for lunch today.
Dylan, wait, we're not... End of session.
That's not sowing conflict. That's a little bit too overt. They were trying to find Jesse and failing at it. And you're right, that's a little bit too obvious. Unfortunately, real-life interrogation techniques are substantially more subtle and horrifying. Yeah, I'm not sure what's up with the red lights. This game is very color-coded, so that obviously means hiss, but at the same time, that doesn't look like hiss at all. It's just red. Yeah, I can hover. Check it out. I'm Princess Peach now. Mm-hmm. Hey, Ben Wilmot. Kill me, Ben Wilmot. Kill me before I kill the others. I mean, everything's fine today. The voices have been quieter than usual. You know how it is. It's so lonely. I shouldn't joke about that. Alright, I think we're done here. This is a hell of a prison for one person, I gotta say. Look at this place. It's, yeah. Anything cool in the fridge? That's the real question, I think. "9:30 a.m. Breakfast is brought. 11:54 a.m. Gets out of bed, uses toilet, returns to bed. Mood. 11:57 a.m. Asks for television to be turned on. Staff do so. 12 p.m. Lunch is brought. Breakfast is removed. Yeah, that's messed up. 12:02 eats lunch. 2:38 uses toilet. 4:03 p.m. begins talking to self. Recorded speech is not possible due to noise from television. 4:07 becomes upset, throws lunch tray at glass. 4:09 sedated, crew clean the cell, television turned off. 6:12 come to, ask for television to be turned on. Staff refuse, television privileges refused due to hostile behavior. 6:16 sleeps? Question mark? Oh, that's messed up. Ugh. Wait, what? I shouldn't have more things there. Yeah, honestly, I think I'm going to take the Nerozaz advice here and just kind of trash anything below 3 at this point. Nope, I was doing something else, which is this. Okay, so TV. A CRT television built by Benikoff and Sons Electric. The screen is still functional. The object can levitate itself off the ground to a maximum observed altitude of... When bound, the object allows para-utilitarians to harness this effect for their own use. See report for results tested with prime candidate. The object is currently bound by... The object was first discovered in a local news story from Kansas. Figure had seen over buildings. The Bureau dispatched agents to the town who discovered that a man named had bound himself to the object. Mr. was detained, and the object was brought to the Bureau for study. And this is probably the... Yep, that's the audio thing we just saw. And... Did we already... Listen, History Maker, I'm sorry, you're such a monumental threat. I mean, look at your name. We have to monitor every bowel movement carefully. Yeah, I was just thinking about Fridge Guy. I don't know if I can yet or not, but we can try it. And they're below me. And behind me. Why do you keep wanting me to talk to Langston? He keeps doing... Okay, whatever. We'll trust that he actually has something to say, even though he probably doesn't. What? Quack, quack, Umbral Magnus. But yes, I did. I don't think so. Whatever. Either this way or the other. Find out in a second.
Keep your eyes open. Keep them open.
Oh god, so you can't blink. That's horrible!
Hey, what can I do?
You're back. Oh, thank you. If I look away, I don't know what this thing will do. You have to get me out of here. The door can only be opened by the Panopticon supervisor. That's Langston, if he's still around.
Langston. Yeah, I know him. I'll go ask him how to get you out.
Please hurry.
See...
They can't.
Hey, calm down. Just focus. What's your name?
Focus. Right. My name's Philip, and I think I can hold on for a bit. It's just my eyes. My eyes hurt so much.
Just hang on, Philip.
So hold up. If I was in charge of this, I would have eye drops, like, assigned not only to the person going in, but like an emergency supply of eye drops there, just in case, you know? Right? Like, doesn't that make sense? Yeah, have some kind of thing to be like, here, let's make sure that your eyes aren't okay. And yeah, maybe you could do a one blink and then another blink, like very carefully. Something? God, I don't know. Let's go down to, I guess here. This way. Yeah, this way. No, just one person at a time. They're fine. Okay, maybe it's the other one. No, this is floor 1. Oh, for God's sakes, I don't have time for you. Go away! It's not a bad regen. Excuse me? Very rude.
Some of the security cameras aren't working. How do I get those fixed?
There's someone named Philip up in a cell. He's watching a refrigerator and very rapidly losing it.
Philip? Oh shit, I forgot about fridge duty. He's been in there for over a day, I totally forgot.
How the hell?
Forgot about him?
There's a lot going on. The hiss, the Benikoff TV. Considering the number of things I'm juggling, ma'am, I think it's...
Listen,
Langston.
It's fine. We just need to get him out of there. He said you'd be able to open the cell door.
Yeah, I can unlock it on my terminal.
So...
There. Done. Door open. But Philip can't just leave. The fridge is behaving erratically. Ocular contact is the only thing that seems to placate it. If we don't have someone in there watching it 24/7, people will die.
I'll figure something out. I'm pretty good with these things.
Being pretty good with altered items isn't standard Bureau procedure, ma'am.
He doesn't know us very well.
Yeah, waiting for a shift change. Been there.
Later, Langston.
I'll be here, like always.
One shift, I ended up staying over 4 hours late. Because, my replacement never showed up, and I was just waiting around for the morning shift to show up. That was a fun night. I don't even know what charge mode is. I've actually pulled a couple of double shifts for the same reason, too. Usually on holidays. Alright, I'm here.
Jesse?
I'm back. I'm coming in.
Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you.
I got you.
The French is doing something!
Philip?
What?
Philip?
If I look away, it hurts me.
You've got to be kidding me. Okay.
This sounds like the board, but I can't understand it.
Fuck?
Oh my god. Wrong button. Okay, this time we're gonna save him for sure.
Hello? Jesse? Jesse? The French is doing something!
Yep, hang on. Incident in question occurred on and was brought to HR department's attention by internal security personnel who intervened. According to reports supported by security camera footage, Agent Filson entered the staff kitchen with intention of consuming his private meal, a homemade sandwich cut diagonally in a plastic container, but discovered the fridge had his meal. Agent Filson began to kick the Bureau-owned appliance as he expressed his frustration in a loud and profane manner. This behavior caused multiple staff members present to become alarmed. Security was alerted soon after. Filson complied with security's commands to desist. Recommendation: Agent Filson was reprimanded and suspended for the remainder of the ongoing work week. Review committee recommends non-mandatory counseling session.
Philip? Philip?
If I look away, it hurts me.
There's, like, God, shouldn't there be something in here other than just the alright, whatever. Take two. So, what's former? Don't answer that question.
This sounds like the board, but I can't understand it.
Fuck?
Oh. God damn it. It has arms now. It has arms now. guy just fell through the floor. That's cool. As an aside, it kind of... Oh, gotta take a drink. The DLC question came up. As an aside, it kind of irritates me that it takes mana to dodge. Now I get to hear Philip die again. I feel really bad for this guy.
The fridge is doing something!
Let me through. Well done.
If I look away, it hurts me.
Yeah, exactly, Platonia. And it sucks. Death to suckitude. And to the living.
This sounds like the board, but I can't understand it.
Well, it looks like a tardigrade to me. Kind of. Not really. I don't know what the hell this thing is. Like the sniper rifle. Yeah, actually, no, that's a good point. It reminds me of the advisors, except with arms. And speaking of which, alert, alert, new bureau alert! Please do this random quest. I don't think I have that talent. Here, Mike. Assuming those behave like, yep. Assuming they behave like grenades. So it looks like they do. Oh, okay. Hello. I really don't like that the dodge also gives no iframes while I'm on the subject. Probably gonna take me a minute. That is a good question, History Maker. And you're right, these are kind of not good. Like, just the ability to turn them off or turn off the notifications would not go amiss, you know?
Philip?
If I look away, it hurts me.
No, this is in the astral plane, Ben Wilmot. Although it doesn't look like the astral plane, so maybe it isn't. I don't know.
This sounds like the board, but I...
It looks similar to the astral plane. Probably a better way to put that. Jesus Christ, how are you supposed to dodge that? Oh, too slow.
Jesse? The fridge is doing something!
Yeah, the fact that this is your camera while you're aiming is not conducive to dodging holes in the floor.
If I look away...
They haven't really changed, Act. The combat is there, for the most part. And truthfully, so far only one thing really is working for me. Even having upgraded this, I'm not super impressed with it.
I can't understand it. Fuck?
Launch is still cool. And the sniper rifle's okay. Do that. Jesus, stop it! And we're dead. Okay. Yeah, apparently I hit the harden rage. Yeah, he just cycled me to death. In case those of you aren't fully familiar with what happened, unless his eye rotates around, you can't hit him. So his eye never rotated around, and he just kept doing his enraged smash, triple smash, over and over and over, so I couldn't do anything about it. And he just got me.
It hurts me.
So, whatever.
This sounds like the board, but I can't understand it. Fuck?
Looks like you can do a very small amount of damage to him there. Which means that phase can go to hell. I think for that alone, I might go ahead and give this a negative. That's whatever.
Black Pyramid here.
The fridge seems fixed. Did fighting that thing off change something?
Sorry, I was about 5 seconds too late for that. But... there it is. Refrigerator procedures. An Arctic Queen brand electric refrigerator model from the 1960s. No cooling functionality. Door is decorated by crayon illustrations by... The illustrations cannot be removed from the item. All attempts have failed. The paper cannot be burnt or torn. Item first came to the Bureau's attention after it survived the collapse of New York City's Grand Central Hotel, where it served an appliance in the apartment, rented by a man named Became the subject of local infamy after surviving the building's collapse undamaged. Mr. was out of the building at the time of collapse. Retained ownership of the item until 1974, when the Bureau purchased the item through a false identity. New altered effect has been observed. See file for containment procedures. Oh, that's a nice little threat there. This is the first time the board has overtly threatened me. But yeah, admittedly, I think that fight would be better if... well, Dash gave me iframes. I haven't even really gotten a chance to try out Shield yet. It's not super awesome so far. It's like, well, unfortunately, we just died a bunch. We could have afforded a reset, but because we died so much on that boss, now we can't. So we're stuck with the Shield for a little bit longer. So, you know, that's cool. Oh, excuse me. Oh, okay. Yeah, the question is Former an indie company or another oil baron? Okay, that's really weird how it's doing that. There we go. Because to continue the Dark Souls comparison that Plutonia brought up, the fact that dodge roll uses up stamina is at least something that's taken into account when it comes to the construction of the bosses and the design of the combat in that game in general. And you literally do have iframes in Dark Souls, whereas you do not here. Or if you do, I haven't even been able to notice them.
You have to write everything in a made-up gibberish code. Fucking Marshall with her CIA spy shit. God.
A jukebox token. Okay.
I found this token. Any idea what it does?
Ah, that is a jukebox token. Little bastards turn up in the weirdest places, like bad pennies. The Rangers use them to activate an old object of power.
A jukebox, I assume. Does it have any good songs?
Nope, just the one record. Hey, be careful turning it on, though. When it's playing, you get a free trip to the formation.
The formation? That sounds ominous.
Why does it send you there?
The Bureau has been wondering that for years. I mean, it's just a pile of rocks built by God knows who, but... Well, researchers have confirmed it's in the same threshold as the quarry. Well, no one's ever been able to map a physical route to the formation from maintenance.
So it's in the quarry. You just don't know where.
Pretty much. We only send in annual expeditions to the formation now. Checkups, Salvador calls them. This year's team went in the day the Hiss arrived. Come to think of it, the song should have brought them back hours ago.
I can go in and take a look.
I'd appreciate that. The jukebox is kept just past the security booth over there. Just put in the token and enjoy the ride.
Yeah, no kidding, Dakota. And we're supposed to do that after the main game? This is what I've been told? Question mark.
What's the deal with Blackrock?
Oh, fuck. Don't get me started on Blackrock. You know, ever since research found out that it blocks paranatural stuff, they have just been parading dangerous materials in and out of the fucking quarry. Fucking lab coats, man. Love making my job harder.
Sounds like there's some tension between departments.
Still, at least the quarry's got a good view of the night sky. You know, me and Salvador used to have after-work beers down there.
What do you know about Dr. Darling?
About as much as anybody, I guess. Head of research, loves to hear himself talk. All of those science types absolutely do. He's been acting a little bit psycho recently. Although HR told me not to use that word, so...
Everyone thinks finding Darling will lead us to the answers. But if he's completely lost it, then what help could he be?
You're security, right? Do you work with Rangers?
Not often. Rangers are specially trained in threshold reconnaissance and ground zero AWE response. Security is more interested in the dangers inside the Bureau.
They must see some weird stuff out there.
Oh yeah, definitely. You know, every week they are tackling things that were previously unknown to the human experience. Most Rangers, they retire due to cognitive collapse. I looked up the medical definition. Not fun.
How does the Bureau handle thresholds?
Handle might be a bit of an optimistic way to put it. Marshall sends her Rangers in to map them, check growth rates, locate epicenters, take samples, measure stuff, basically.
Sounds like he's done his homework.
Now, down in maintenance, thresholds are used just like any other tool. Lab coats mine black rock from one, maintenance siphons water from another. We use it for pretty much everything, except drinking.
Why don't you drink it?
Do I even want to know?
Yeah, a lot of time we find these little chunks in it. It's pretty gross.
I didn't want to know.
What do you think of Marshall?
Marshall? Marshall's a fucking badass. Rangers could not ask for a better leader. She's a little, you know, intense, but given the stuff she's seen, I'm not surprised. She does have a bad habit of disappearing, though.
Where does she go?
Last time she vanished, I did some digging into the security logs. I found camera footage of her entering the quarry. She was down there alone for days. Now, typically that's not allowed, but Marshall is kind of above the rules.
I wonder what she finds so interesting in the quarry.
I have to go.
Me too. You're not the only one who's busy, you know.
He then goes back to doing absolutely nothing. Well, sure. Apparently we can do the jukebox right now. So let's do the jukebox right now.
I'll be seeing you.
I wish to make a jukebox. Or tokens? Oh wow, those are expensive. Where's the jukebox itself?
What's the word, Faden?
What?
I don't think I ever told you this, but I was actually on the path to being a ranger once. Did the whole boot camp thing. Even got rookie status. Anyway, not the point. My own ranger squad was a great bunch. There was 6 plus me. Remus, Hazard, Cho, Guy, Hepton, Stoll, and Thompson. They were supposed to get back from an expedition yesterday. We had beers and wings planned. Problem is, they weren't here when Darling handed out the HRAs.
Then they had nothing protecting them from the hiss.
You see, they prepped for the worst, but I think that we're already past that. We all wore these pouches around our neck, and I really don't want the hiss to get them. Could you find them for me? The squad would have come back through maintenance, but they probably spread out from there.
I'll keep an eye out for them, Arish.
And I won't let them stay his.
One way or the other.
I have to go.
Me too. You're not the only one who's busy, you know.
Oh wow, they're all over the place. Alright, sure.
Back to work.
Let's go fight some mega bosses. No jukebox, because I don't know where it is. We gotta do this. There is no security booth. There's only the hiss corruption. No map. There is apparently one. There we go. That's probably him up there. Or, I don't know. That is a hell of a shield. Hopefully this goes through shields. I'd be a little upset.
Vicious ranger buddies. I should find the others.
Well, one down. We got a token out of that, too. I've also found a use for shield. It took years. Sorry, Marvel joke. Alright, what else we got? Got one down to the pumps. That's probably closest to here. Oh, hey, it's the furnace. Yeah, I do, but I need to actually try out shield properly for a bit, Zacta, before I just completely abandon it. Fine. It's just playing a fire. Okay. Anyways. Where am I going? Oh yeah, this way. Wait, really? I was just messing around. Alright, hang on, hang on. TVs here. Respecking is an option, yes. Although it's a little pricey, we can only barely afford it. I'm gonna guess it went in, since I'm not seeing it over here. How many are there? How many TVs are there? Because if there's like 5, then whatever. If there's like 30, then we're gonna give up on this immediately. 6. Well, 6 isn't too bad. But I'm already getting a really bad feeling that they're not in this room. Because I'm not seeing anything around here. Anything else, I should say. Nah, that's fine. We'll just not do it. Remember this from earlier. Well, looks like that's just a shortcut. Where I want to be? This is where I want to be. This is where I fought our first minigun, buddy. Ugh, what is with all this mold? There's a lot of... Oh my god, there's so much mold. I've decided to hover everywhere because I don't want my everything touching that mold. That's just gross. I apparently can't move while I am opening a chest, so that's good to know. Wow. Yeah, actually can't do anything while opening the chest. That's funny. But the chest in the middle that I was going for earlier and then died trying to get? Yes, I did. Well, right now it's kind of hard to see, so let's fix that. Because if I'm going to see a cloak dude, because I saw him, Be nice if I could see what the hell I'm looking at. Anyways. Quick look around a little bit here. Yeah, like those. Takes energy, of course. Yeah, those guys are fun. See, I'm not overly fond of this footage. We actually have to do this to get over here. Oh, we already got this chest. Alright, whatever. So you mentioned another chest, which I obviously did not see. Still do not see. Line him in Hero's ass. I don't see anything that would constitute a pillar. I'm just gonna roam around a little bit here. No, you don't get anything for doing it, Twister. You just get rid of the whispers. That's all that happens. Describe it in something that doesn't involve the word pillar, because I don't see a pillar on my screen. So help me out here. To the oven. Okay. Here's the opening. Over here for a second. Oh, okay, I see it. That is, yep, okay. We're gonna need a little more height. Where's the next one? Looks like there is one in the quarry. We'll do that last. Atlas chamber, processing, and energy converter. Wrong button. What we got over here? We can go straight to the Atlas chamber. Let's do that. Hi. Well, time to do a metapod fight. Okay. That sounds terrible, Plutonia. We might not do that. Oh, hello. Sure. Is it really an Ozians? I mean, I believe you. Okay, so we'll just walk. Wrong way. Yeah, the janitor can wait. We're busy. I'll be with you guys in a minute. Gotta loot first. That is some shielding right there, Jesus. Come on.
Just like Arish said.
Yeah, I've noticed there's a bit of a priority system for what launch grabs. And it looks like whatever you're aiming at is actually usually the second or third priority on the list, which makes a degree of sense, really, but it takes a little getting used to. Let's do this. I will admit, now that I'm actually getting a chance to try it out, it feels like the shield build that I am currently using is very much the melee build. Not literally, I mean just getting right up in the enemy's face. In fact, it feels like this is probably built more for Shatter, which I'm not using because I'm stupid. And because this is a better gun. That being said, let's switch this out for Shatter. What do we got for Shatter right now? Yeah, I asked Zactaf to not tag me so often because it makes it harder to keep track of. He was like, "I will never do it!" I was like, okay. I acquiesced. Yeah, just in here somewhere. I'm glad this doesn't take energy. Unlike something else I can mention. Oh, are you kidding me with this? Right, different gun. See how well this defends against telekinesis. Yeah, not too bad. No damage. So I've noticed some damage goes through, but it looks like it does a partial block either way. Although I have upgraded the shield, so maybe that's part of why I'm not having issues now. Okay. Yeah, no, I'm gonna try this build for a little bit. Because I could feel the other build that I would be playing normally, which would be Launch and Pierce. So I'm going to try Shatter and Shield for a while, see how this feels. It's nice against these mini-bosses, for whatever that's worth. What's the other one? The Quarry. Oh, this is a pipe. There's several pipes. That explains it. Good morning, Bragman. Yeah, maxing out Levitate would probably be my next goal. I can talk. If I was to keep going this way. Oh, it's these things again. You know what? No. Wait, that's our target. That's our target, right on the invincible death thing. Oh, that's great. Yeah, that's great. That's great. Everything's cool. Everything's awesome. Let's get a re-heal here. Oh, thank God he's coming in here. Oh, thank God we're dead. Whew, okay. We're okay. It's really worried there for a second. Sorry, Dylan. And Dylan's just like, where is she? Okay, let's just run in here. So it looks like he is also using a shotgun. So we're having a little bit of a rocket tag problem here. Maybe? It's hard to tell. Yep, nope, he is. Definitely. Come on in here. Come on here, Thompson. Ain't gonna hurt you. Well, I mean, I'm gonna kill you, but it won't hurt much. Yeah, he's just playing, you know, whatever the latest mobile game is. Which I don't actually know what's popular right now, and do not care. He's playing Mega Man X Dive, that's what he's playing.
I really saw it coming. I should get these back to him.
Such a terrible game.
Fuck, if they're in there, we go around that way. No.
Here are the pouches. I found 6.
Well, that's all of them. Not counting mine. Well, I guess I'll just have to wear all of them. It sounds sappy, I know, but that's all I can think to do.
Nothing's easy with the hiss. Is it rude to ask what's inside?
What's inside the pouches?
Too late now.
Now, the story's confidential, but, well, I guess I can tell you, being the director and all. So, the Bureau had heard rumors of a werewolf gathering upstate every full moon. Us being rookies, they sent us to confirm it was bullshit.
Hold on, is he about to tell me werewolves are real?
Turns out, there was an altered item that was creating violent gravitational anomalies during full moons. Oh, man, we nearly did it that night. Well, to remember the occasion, we all bought silver bullets to wear around our necks, just in case we ever ran into another werewolf.
So why did you leave the Rangers?
Well, thought I could do more good here. And somebody's got to protect the people who protect everybody else, right?
Shield efficiency.
I have to go.
Me too. You're not the only one who's busy.
And yeah, apparently just has internal filter. What do I have on right now? We'll go with that. Sorry, is it rude to ask why your husband killed himself in front of you? Well, you see, it's a long and terrible story. Shield reload efficiency on a gun? Oh. Oh. Hmm. Unfortunately, I can't upgrade Shatter, but that sounds worth it, because then I could so then Shatter would refill quicker while I'm shielded in between Shatters, but I need more stuff to do that. For now, more, what'd I go to continue this build? I guess time to start going to Levitate, honestly. Okay. Time to do... time to talk to Langston? Yeah, time to talk to Langston, because I kind of forgot to do that. Sorry, Langston. Sorry. Ah, bad. It would absolutely be redundant. And, I mean, redundancies are generally a good thing. Not always. I'm just saying, I wouldn't feel safe without a secondary backup. So, yeah, I would totally wear the freaking vest if I were her. Yeah, no, I agree, Spartan. It's almost weird how not weird it is. I think that adds to it, though. Remember I was talking earlier about weird for weird's sake versus what this is? Definitely not hiding a loading screen. Yeah, it's the right way. I'm right. I mean, as we joked about yesterday, most of Starfleet doesn't even have a first backup, so...
No. Why? How'd it go? Where's Philip?
Philip's gone. Something happened before I could get him out.
Poor Philip. He never did like fridge duty. But if you're here, then who's watching the fridge?
The fridge is fine now. I took care of it.
You don't just take care of altered items. What did you do?
I touched it and wound up in the astral plane. This thing was in there. It was huge, had one big eye. Wasn't friendly.
We've been getting reports from the astronauts lately about something fitting that description. The astral plane is usually connected to our world through objects of power, not altered items. If this thing is linking itself to altered items, then it's clearly powerful. This may happen again.
Do you think that thing is what got Philip?
Must have been. The Panopticon is a dangerous place. The agents all know the risks. But, since you're some sort of altered item whisperer, I've got a list of others for you to corral. The Hiss are causing containment breaches left, right, and center. Here, start with these. I'll see if there are any others missing while you're gone. My life just got a whole lot easier.
Okay.
I'll see you later, Langston.
I'll be here, like always.
We got our first conceptual material, whatever the hell that is. Well, Langston's runaways. Let's do these. Well, you see, Trihexia, that would take time, effort, and using a brain. We all know Starfleet doesn't have a brain. What? Oh. Yeah, but I want to upgrade Shatter. Let me upgrade Shatter. Speaking of which. Let us continue to upgrade Levitate. Later, Zaktaft. You know the rule. Side quests always wait. Or, sorry, main quests always wait for side quests. Unless the side quests suck. And the only way to determine that is to do them. Somewhere in here is... Let's see, this is the traffic light. Oh, for God's sakes. I mean, be real. If you could float or levitate or fly, how much would you walk? Well, if the plot has an urgency mechanic, then that game gets 50,000 negatives. Ugh, that's a really sturdy thing. Wow. Yeah, exactly. It's true. Speaking of side quests that suck, thank you for the timely thing there. How did they draw that on the sides? Okay, whatever. I don't even care. So there's a Christmas tree. There's a serving. No, that's the globe from earlier. Okay, it's globe. Archives. Yeah, exactly, Rose. Okay. Is that something I want to interact with? There you are. Another one of those stupid things. Well, of course, drags you. Yeah, I plan to talk about that in the rumination, Larian. I admit she's growing on me. A bit slowly, but she's there. Oh, Jesus. It's one of these things. I mean, she's already been kind of taking charge a little bit. Just not, you know, full tilting it. Probably because she still doesn't think of herself as the director, and, well, this is the kind of place where that would be a thing, right? Well, listen. Fire powers are boring, okay? All you can do is some interpretive dance and invade other people's nations. Whatever. In this proposal, I'd like to explore the matter of containment policy. When an altered item enters the oldest house, we thoroughly investigate any possible combination of actions or words or material that will prevent the item from applying its altered effect. However, I work with these entities every day and have good reason to believe that a less convoluted form of containment is possible. The items crave If we initiated a series of praising the items, or perhaps incorporating their images into pieces of that could be visited throughout the Bureau, I believe they would behave without needing to resort to or which only lead to the items feeling mistreated. If we treat them like criminals, we can't be surprised when they try to escape. No. Alright, moving on. The last thing we need is a frickin' antediluvian. Or the other thing I can't think of the name of right now. Fake god, there's us. Or constructed, if you prefer. Oh, God. Alright, speaking of terrible horribleness...
Step into the FBC, there's lots to do, there's lots to be, but don't dash, and don't scream much, let's join the Threshold Kids, let's join the Threshold Kids.
TV! Let's watch Donkeys in Space!
It's not safe.
But Star Captain Hee-Haw! Can I poke it with a stick?
Okay. Bureau rule number 74. Always be suspicious of things that weren't there before.
What?
Looks safe to me.
Donkeys in Space!
Wait! It's not even plugged in!
I think I'm using the wrong word anyways. I didn't mean antediluvian. There's something else like that, which means fake god, which is used in a few things, which I can't think of the pronunciation of, because I'm a moron. So, ignore me. No, I mean, demiurge, that is correct. That's not what I was thinking of. Although demiurge would apply pretty linearly to these things. Persona. Yeah, you enjoy exploding on the utterly invincible thing there. Leave now. Me. That is gonna bother me though. What is the name of that stupid thing? I'm pretty sure it's another one, Darth Tyrant. That's a good question, Trihexia. Which I, of course, do not know the answer to, which is why I say simply, that's a good question. A moment. Actually, this is really going to bother me. I just want to know the word I was trying to use. Apparently that's going to take more research. Got it. Moving on. Where the hell is this stupid thing? Oh, wow. Sierra Mike. No, I'm going to have to do one of those things. You know when you're trying to figure out a word or a thought or a name of something? And so you have to kind of like do a chain of reverse engineering things in order to figure out what it is. Yeah, it's one of those situations. So. Demiurge does work. It's pretty much accurate to exactly what I was looking at. That was in there. I guess nothing now. Whatever. I guess I have to go this way? Slightly turned around. Wait a minute. Okay. Well, this works. I would think there are Black Vial. I mean, this is localized to just one country, if you think about it. I have ledge grabbed during Levitation. It just didn't, for some reason. And for the record, I was holding forwards. It's just like, no, you're dead now. It's like, oh. Okay, that's cool. And I only need those souls for, you know, respecking anyways. When I inevitably do. And upgrading the Shatter. Must cast Shatter. There's the fridge. There's a freaking warp point, which I could have used, but whatever. This way. Oh, okay. Please don't spawn. This looks promising.
That must be one of the missing randoms.
Hey, red light, green light. Haven't you ever played red light, green light? Put away. Yeah, it even gives a yellow. You get a warning.
Less escaped altered item to worry about.
Heck in it. Object's effect is subdued by exposure to sunlight. A traffic light with 3 distinct lights arranged vertically on top of its 4 sides. From top to bottom, the lights shine red, yellow, and green. The popular children's game, see CBA 316 for details, is believed to be integral to the manifestation of this item and its effect. If an entity approaches the item while its red light is activated, they'll be instantaneously relocated to a distance of from the item. Note, theories that the item is shifting people to a former timeline or parallel universe have been explored and dismissed. How do you... The item was discovered after a street light at an intersection near the elementary school began shifting people away from itself after sunset. A local panic brought the case to the attention of the Bureau. The item was contained and a gas leak was blamed for the confusion in the town people's perception. Acquisition date, 1999. So that was that one. I mean, it makes sense, right? Hallucinogens. It's all in her head. Pay no attention to the crazy. I've only ever experienced a gas leak once in my entire life. In fact, I nearly died from it. It's okay. Someone woke me up. Okay. Now down to... well, the medical wing, which I guess is down there. Sure. So either something's happening or my game crashed, one of the two. And you always got to question that in a game like this, right? Give it a minute. That... Okay. That took a minute. Anyways, we appear to actually be here now, so... hopefully. Yeah, that was one hell of a load screen. We haven't had a load screen that big the entire game so far, so... Well. Now what are we looking for? The hand chair. Still don't have level 6 clearance. So I hope it's not in there. Someone's shooting at me. Apparently, being able to do stuff like this is simply insignificant next to the power of the Force or whatever. Like that's bleeding out on this side, too. It's back. It's funny you say that. I was mentioning this to a friend of mine just last night. He was like, I think I own that game. And sure enough, he actually didn't, but just amusing how many people do or don't own this game on accident. Because I've heard from several other people that they just kind of ended up having this game and they're not even sure when or how they bought it. It took me a moment to realize that's the chair.
Easy peasy.
Like, when I was picturing something else when I was picturing hand chair. I don't know what my problem was. Thank you, Vigilant. Or I guess Ciela. I suppose you know the question. The question is, how do we destroy everything as efficiently as possible? Where am I going next? Sealed Threshold Hall. Listen, I don't know what I was picturing, but it wasn't a chair shaped like a hand. I'm just gonna be real about that. I think it's actually faster to just run. Sorry, where? Sealed Threshold Hall in Containment. Right. So let's just let's see here. Japanese paper lantern. There it is. I was gonna say, apparently I haven't been there yet. I'm looking for someplace called the Sealed Threshold. Only a few, Linnea Ruth. Too fancy. Oh, you got it, Vigilant. Gonna take some work. No, seriously, so I got it working, but I got it working in what I would consider to be an unacceptable status, aka the moment I alt tab, the whole thing crashes. So, yeah, not a great idea. Where the hell? I like how much of the, I just realized so much of that map is redacted. That just clicked with me. Well, since we apparently can't do this right now, what's our other quest? We can do Dead Letters really quick. We can get over there. No, we haven't seen her brother yet. We never will.
That's no normal piece of paper.
Where? I don't see anything. I mean, I'm looking for... Oh, there it is, probably. Maybe. Yeah, sure. That looks safe.
Okay, I need to know where it's at.
Really? What, can't you play? Where is it? I hear someone shooting at me from somewhere. Yeah, there. Done? Nope. Not done yet. Anyways. No, I think you're right, Dakota.
I need to find the other pages.
You know, I'm always weirded out that of all the things that are respawning, the decoration corpses are respawning. Like, wow. Bit of a brain blue moment there. I accidentally just started treating this like it. So, I have a specific setup for when I'm flying a helicopter in video games. And I just sort of automatically started using my helicopter controls, which, funnily enough, didn't do anything. Weird, I know. So I didn't actually mean to do that. Well, it also seems like the shield is a little bit, I don't want to say RNG, but more like the less health it has, the less it does kind of a deal. I'm not even sure if that's true. I'm just kind of speculating. Because, like, I can get right up on someone like this, and it's fine. for the most part. But I have been shot from behind and still defended while I'm in this mode. So I don't know. Maybe it only defends certain attacks from behind? That could be a thing. To the esteemed member of the American Psychiatric Council, I am writing to inquire about the significance of dreams in relations to one's mental health. I'm aware there are many books purporting to contain the true meaning of dreams, but I have reservations about their legitimacy. I understand this is not usually done, but I would greatly appreciate your thoughts on my condition. Ever since I was young, I've had intensely vivid dreams. They only occur sporadically, but in them I witness very strange events. I understand dreams can seem real at the time, but these feel markedly different. They do not occur often, perhaps only 1 or 2 a year. Last night I had one. It was a small, empty town. It was utterly dark. There was a lake at the center. It was an Alan Wake reference. Shadows of people moving around, muttering odd things. A bright light woke me up. I was screaming in my sleep, and my wife had been shaking me for a minute before I woke. Because of this recent incident, I have decided to seek help. The doctor says I am physically fine, but I wanted to consult your expertise. Thank you for your valuable time. Yours sincerely, Richard Boker. Yeah, it could be that it, like I said, Sir Mike, it could be it defends specifically against shots, but maybe not projectiles? Because I feel like I've been shot in the back with the shield up, with a grenade launcher, or a rocket launcher, or whatever it is.
Okay, we need to know where it's gonna end up. Should be one more page.
Hey, you have questions and the prophets have answers. If you're truly intrigued, watch the time. We've lost about 45 days in the past 4 years. The shortening of days, this is why the Vatican is a sundial, and also simultaneously a keyhole. Another thing while I'm here, if you want the secret to everything, compare plasma next to brain cells. The sun plus moon are composed of plasma, simple light, not planets. And after this, I cemented in your psyche, ponder the current whereabouts of where you and I, humanity, reside. Cheers! Wow. I didn't realize they had YouTube comments in this game. Okay, that's barely an exaggeration. I have gotten comments on my channel that I do not understand and never have. And I just sort of like, yep, okay. Just walk away from it, because what else can you do at a certain point? Sure, let's boost our shield strength, see what that does. Ooh, yes. That one, please. Possibly Dakota. I mean, that is a thing. For some reason. You got it, camper. Give me one moment. Ooh, to sit up properly. Why did they redact that one part right there? Either way, thank you for the sub. I will put that towards the Urquan Masters. What? Let me guess, it's that stupid kids show. Yep. That's all. Hand chair. A plastic seat shaped like a human hand from the 1960s. The hand forms... That's so gross. The item affects gravitational forces. Attracting and repelling objects near itself with a force of... Ugh. Its fingers have also been observed to change positions, although too quickly to be witnessed or filmed. The item may be changing forms rather than moving. The item only displays these effects during full moons. Sample analysis confirms it contains human genetic material. Found at a warehouse at Albany. A team of ranger trainees, accompanied by an experienced field agent, were dispatched to investigate local rumors when they encountered the item. Coyote, I believe is the word for that. Although I can't get my voice to pitch quite like Blue Wind can, but, you know, you'll have to imagine the rest. Where is the third letter? And you're not a letter. You're not a letter at all! Yeah, no, the melee seems to go right through it. Even from the frontal. Interesting. That's funny because this is very much a get right up in the melee range kind of a thing. But obviously they don't want you to get too much in melee range. Do some tests. This is the same group I just killed. It's just respawning. Oh, for God's sakes. Where's the other one? Probably. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised. Hey, there it is. If melee literally doesn't have collision in the strictest sense of the word, it's just do damage here. Dear elected official, thanks to the recent smoking ban in my state, I'm happy to inform you I will not be voting for you in the next election. As everyone knows, smoking is being banned because the smoke is toxic to the aliens that the government sold our planet to in a secret deal. If humans keep smoking, the aliens won't be able to live on Earth. Our air would be a poison to them. If you government traitors can't stop people from smoking, then you won't get your millions of dollars from the aliens. I have a website. People know what's going on. We're gonna keep smoking, no matter what. This is a national emergency. Politicians are handling the planet. Handling the planet and handing the planet over to alien overlords. We won't let you. We will resist. I will smoke forever. Proud smoker, rebel patriot.
I need to know where to step.
Yep. Way too real.
Done and done.
Blackrock paneling suppressed the effect. A stack of 4 envelopes, each containing a single page of paper. All 4 letters are illegible due to extreme water damage. The envelopes, curiously, do not show any sign of such damage and are covered in messages of love. The items are able to move a short distance at a pace of less than and always in a direction. This is the first altered item to have multiple parts, a fact previously believed to be an impossibility by A proposal to take the item outside the oldest house and follow their movement to its final destination is under consideration by the Budget Committee. Item was found in the Dead Letter Archives where the Herd... No, that says Herd. Herd archivist found it attempting to escape a filing cabinet. She reports having no record of the item in her archive of letters. Cool. Alright. Let's do it. It's time to find the jukebox. And to not fight these mobs because they're a waste of time. Can't fly here? Oh, come on! I want to show off my new flying powers to everyone. Oh, whatever.
This is Lynn Salvador, head of Bureau Security. I'm making a formal security order due to the incident in April, case number 21HQ593. Improper use of the jukebox altered item led to 2 fatalities. We believe a pair of agents used the jukebox to travel to the quarry threshold and engage in inappropriate workplace behavior. An expedition team found them decomposing at the formation's base a week later. At least we found out the jukebox doesn't bring corpses back when the song ends. I'm having the jukebox placed in a secure location in the executive sector. It should never have been accessible to low clearance staff in the first place. The new location security and proximity to a high traffic area will prevent misuse while still allowing for expedition teams to access it when required. See me for any further details.
No comment.
Marshall didn't give me any orders before she left. Guess I'll just keep managing inventory.
Marshall abandons us. I'm sick of no one telling us what's going on.
Information's always been on a need-to-know basis.
Apparently I was muted that entire time. Well, sucks to be you. I'm not reading that again. I'm also having a bug, so that's always fun. Come on, where is it? There it is. Collective unconsciousness is defined as a form of unconsciousness that is shared in all human minds. From this arises unconscious knowledge linking us through our ancestral heritage. See Jung Report, page 12 to 34. Through this collective unconsciousness, we unknowingly attribute a series of images and archetypes to all elements of our lives. These archetypes are never fixed, but shift and change in tandem with our species and culture. This internal belief in the power of images shared by a massive population is in the creation of altered items and objects of power. The sheer amount of exuded is attracted to the best representation of that image, imbuing a single object with massive amount of Theoretically, places of power could likewise be formed by simple power of sustained collective belief, which is why we need to not worship these things, as previously indicated. We do not need demiurges. I'm going to stick with that, because that's probably the best word for that.
Restored HRA production. They're already getting other civilians.
Damn right I restored HRA production. Get my people protected. Assholes. Who are you? And I don't even care. Where the hell is this stupid jukebox?
His prisoner they captured is the director.
Is it in the shelter? It's in the shelter, isn't it? You alright? You doing okay? Listen, I'd say take a week off, but you can't leave the building. So go, like, lay down for a minute, okay? Can we get some food for her? Get her some pistachios? Based on the success of America Overnight, we would like to propose the creation of a television series that presents superstitious and skeptical thought as entertainment, in order to popularize these concepts amongst the civilian population and create less resistance to redirecting information regarding public paranatural events. We can also use a solid media outlet to test paranatural concepts on civilian audiences, seeing as how they react to certain facts presented as fiction in the event that the Bureau ever decides to make certain realities public knowledge. There are various show licenses we could purchase and reboot rather than starting from scratch. One particular property seems promising, especially considering its content and tone are precisely what we're looking for. It's called Night Springs and has been off the air for a few years now.
Fuck, if they're in there, we go around that way.
Still can't fly. Ah, well. In we go. There. What? I can't even select the harder difficulties. But we'll go ahead and do this one. Okay. Yeah, no kidding, Dakota. Which is usually a plot in both SMT and Persona. I have 6 coins here, Mike. And my shatter damage has been reduced. Cool. I have 6! I also have 25 minutes to do this, apparently. Sure. Yeah, no, I imagine it's an unlock thing. I probably have to do 1 to unlock 2 and 2 to unlock 3. I can see they expect us to have levitate at this point. That's strange. Okay. Okay. We should probably send them in for training, Zach Taft. Make sure they understand the stakes, the severity of their mistakes. Shooting me? Why are you shooting me? Yeah, I've got a modified Glock. You ever see that video? They modified a Glock to be fully automatic. Fires its full, and they added an extra clip, obviously, and it follows its full thing in about, I don't know, 5 seconds. Maybe less than that. Are you just infinite? Is that what's going on here? Nope. We actually did clear out the... Oh, yeah, they're respawning. Okay, cool. Good to know. Got it. Going to ignore combat henceforth. We have a shield for a reason. Or don't. That's cool. Yes, although it takes a hell of a lot of modification, Linear. And, yeah, no, an Uzi would be a better pick for this kind of a thing. That's effectively what this is. Spread. And, in video game terms, I don't know about in real life, but in video game terms, this is an Uzi. Hello! Are we done? We're done. I believe. No. It's... Come down slowly. Or don't. That's cool, too. I was just thinking, you know, rather than falling slowly, let's fall as fast as possible to die. Let's see how much progress we get to save from that. All of it. That's cool. Next. That took a lot of time, although I did bother to kill, which was obviously a mistake. Still getting used to the flight controls, because they're... So it's one button to control it, right? The initial launch, you hold down to gain height until you can't gain anymore. Once you tap, you fall. But if you tap again, you slow your fall. And I'm still getting into the mindset of effectively hitting a button like that in order to control something that feels like it should be a gradient. It's fine, it's just I'm getting used to it. Really? Now I have to kill them all? Jesus Christ, alright, fine, whatever. Die. Be real, didn't realize I was in melee range there. Melee takes nothing other than simple cooldown, although it is an animation lock. There's also no reascending once you've descended. Once you start losing height, you cannot gain height again until you touch ground, which is actually pretty simple. Platformer rules, you know, no double jump until you've hit the ground again, kind of a thing. Really? What? Taquata, I can't hear you over the giant amount of explosions in red everywhere. This is actually something I talked about yesterday. It feels like the game simultaneously has good visual distinction and bad. The bad is obvious. But the good is that they're doing weird things to make sure that you always can see what the hell you're looking at, you know? Fortunately, it looks like I got too close. And yeah, with this build, apparently the only... I mean, I say apparently. It feels like the best thing to do is to shield and then shoot and then shield and then shoot. It works a little bit better with Shatter, but my Shatter is currently doing no freaking damage. Let's see if it saved Wave 1 completion. If it didn't, I'm going to give up on this island and never look back. What is my current mod for spin? Accuracy. Anything else I can put on there? Ammo cost. Headshot damage. Let's put headshot damage on there. Speed this up a little bit. I do vaguely like how uneasy Jessie is while she's floating. Because, I mean, you know, duh, right? I know, Shadow Machine. But something... looks like we started off. Okay, yep, so, yeah, that's that. I'm just gonna give up on this one. Death Warp back. Or not. Okay. What? Okay. so I can't get... I'm gonna take a stretch break while I debate how many negatives this gets. I'll be right back. After some thought, I'm thinking one gameplay negative. For right now. Not for the jukebox, actually. It's for the Dragon Age 2 problem. Which has been a problem the whole game, and is making this worse than it should be. This thing right here. Yeah, the waves and waves of enemies. So, the full details The full descriptor of what Dragon Age 2 syndrome is has to do with depth and complexity of gameplay. So if you have combat that's fun, but ultimately simple, that's fun, right? But the more of it you have to do, the less of it you like. And that is Dragon Age 2 syndrome in a nutshell. I do overall enjoy the combat in this game, but I'm already sick of it. And I'm only about, what, 13 hours in? Oh, Jesus Christ. And yeah, backtrack. Not only does backtracking triggering respawns of the same encounters, simply staying in an area for too long while you're exploring, or while you're trying to do a side quest or whatever, which we saw just a few minutes ago, will trigger respawns of the same encounters. It has pretty much gotten to the point where I've just started avoiding encounters, because there's another problem here. You don't really get anything for killing enemies. At least not anything that I would consider to be worthwhile to do it. You get mods, you get health, which is whatever, and you get source. That's it. You're probably thinking, what would make that more worthwhile? I'm trying to think of how to balance this, but the general idea is if we could get ability points from enemies, at least there would be some benefit to it, right? Instead it's just... Oh yeah. Now that we have given that negative, we're going to turn on assist mode. Yep. Yep, that's cool. Yep. 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 Just gonna do this. No, I agree, Sierra Mike, which is weird that I advocate for something like that in a game, but I do think this specific game would actually benefit from it, you know? Okay, I'm sorry, does immortality literally just give us regenerating health? Because that's kind of funny in its own way, if that's all it does. In the interest of fairness, I should probably test that, to actually test out all the cheats anyway, since, you know, how that works. But, I didn't want to use the cheats, but I was just getting really sick of this. And I got better things to do with my time. Zach, hang on. Okay, nope. We cannot die. And we have regen. Or maybe we don't have regen. Maybe we're just getting the health from all the headshots I'm getting. That's very possible. Oops. Hit that button. I'll have to do that after this, but I will. Don't let me forget. Come on, wave 2. I'm actually curious. One hit kills. Well, you see, Shadow Machine, is a very, very important reason for that. I have no idea what that reason is, but it's extremely important. Actually, let me guess. Is one of those games below the miscellaneous block? No, that's pretty much exactly where I'm at, Chemic. In fairness, I wouldn't have even turned on the cheats if not for the fact that we're stuck in this thing. So the jukebox itself is going to require kind of a separate consideration. Because you notice the negative I gave doesn't really have to do with the jukebox. It has to do with the combat. Or more accurately, the encounter designs. The often mentioned trash problem. We done? Yes, Trihexia. Sorry, I'm not real. Or rather, I'm the chair. I've always been the chair. I will always be the chair. Well, it took us about, looks like 25 of 30 minutes to do half of this. Let's see what the other two ones are. One of them was a hold the point while under infinite fire. Cool. One of them was kill waves of enemies. Substantially less interesting. Let's see what the third and fourth are. What the hell is that? You know what? I don't even care. Moving on. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Leap of faith there, but, you know, whatever. Blogs. Loot things while under fire. Yep, and it takes a really long time to loot. There we go. Now, can we be interrupted while looting is the real question. Guessing we can. That's usually how that works. There it is. Down! Down! Someone shoot me while I'm doing this so I can test this. No? Okay, whatever. Next! Button. Oh, Levitation's awesome. I have very few complaints about it. If any. I almost wish this game had no gunplay at all. I was thinking about that last night, too. That may sound like a weird thing, but what I mean by that is I kind of wish the game was full mage, right? Just, you know, we have all the magic abilities of shield and throw and all that, and maybe you could combine them in different ways. Like right now, I'm pretty sure, I can actually test that right this second, but I'm pretty sure I can't shield and throw. Yep, see, can't throw right while doing that. I do agree combat is helpful, but I do think it should be far more precise in its application. You know? Which goes back to that whole less combat encounters problem we just talked about. That one didn't go in. Yeah, the trash problem. Exactly right. That's the thing. As I mentioned earlier, the combat itself is actually fine. It's just there's too much of it. It doesn't have the depth it needs to be interesting for, what are we at, 13 hours, something like that? 15 and a half hours, apparently. Okay, now I got 2 minutes to get back. What's interesting is if you've seen any of the press releases for Alan Wake 2, you'll notice that there's very, very, very little information on it, except for one tidbit that they've revealed multiple times. More action-oriented. Take my reward. Ah, there it is. Okay. Can't even mouse over what we got. Whatever. Yeah. I was wondering why the timer didn't stop.
Guess the song ended. Good timing.
Tor's combat feels substantially sloggier. Even though there's more options and more variety in what you can do and how you can do it thanks to the classes and the movesets, it feels a lot slower paced and a lot less reactive, whereas this is far more high intensity, but with a far smaller toolkit. Both have the same general problem of too much of it, but you can see why it's kind of a different problem in its own way. Is that it? Is that the jukebox? Is that the formation DLC? And yeah, we have to unlock that one in order to... Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, okay. Cool. That's... it? Well, help me out. Do I need to do all three? Is that what this is? What the hell did I just do? Why? Jukebox! The classic 1950s jukebox made by Songmaster Entertainment, Ltd. The jukebox was founded with a single record inside titled A Song for the Others by When this record is played in the object, anyone within earshot is translocated for as long as the album is playing. Those involved in the object's first known incident report being transported to a tropical beach, exact location unknown. When the object is used in the oldest house, it only transports user to an area located in the recently manifested quarry threshold. Researchers theorize that this site's unique spatial density results in all transitioning material gravitating to its position, as has been observed with other Bureau equipment. The oldest house's unique nature could also be having an effect on the object itself. The object is not bound to any known individual. Attempts by Bureau staff to bind it have resulted in and should not be attempted again. That's the security door we already saw. Okay. And that is it. That's all there is to this. It's a repeatable loot pinata timed mission, which is not which it's okay. So I know I was just complaining about the combat, but at least most of the combat arenas feel like they're designed. That felt incredibly thrown together. And it also suffered from another very serious problem, which I'm sure at least some of you noticed. As opposed to most of this game, the lighting distinction was substantially worse there. Like, there was a point where I literally couldn't see an enemy who was in front of me because the red lighting that was on everything was also on him, and so all I could see was red. Right? So, it just feels substantially less designed than everything else, probably because it's designed to do this. Yeah, this feels like a Rift, except less in every way. I don't know, Chemic. I'd have to think about that. As much as this sounds horrible, my knee-jerk thought to what would make this more bearable is to make it less sloggy. Make there be less waves, or make there be enemies with less health, or, you know, just make it so it takes less time to literally transit from the center to the island, or something, you know? Or yeah, maybe make it so you just do one island and you just pop in on one island and that starts your timer and then you're out, right? Like I feel like there's ways they could process this a little bit to make it a little bit less dull. Hi, Korgoth. Sorry, you caught me in the middle of debating a negative here. Because... And yeah, then there's the thing. We can also do it more times to get the expedition gear, whatever that is. Sure. That's worth it, right? What does that look like? And I'm sure it's a cosmetic, because that's how that works. Let's see what it looks like. I'm just pulling up a picture here really quick. That's it. It's a jumpsuit. Yeah, I hate to give more negatives, but I think we're going to give one. That sucks, but whatever. Yeah, no, that's exactly it, Sierra Mike. It feels completely unbaked, especially compared to most of the rest of the game, where obvious thought and effort have been put. Oh, well. So we're never doing that again. We're turning the cheats right back off. Although we need to finish testing the cheats, don't we? Okay, so we know what that does, we know what that does. Let's just crank up all of these. And see what that does.
Good luck out there.
Find a random spot that has an enemy really quick. Fortunately, I know a place that has enemies. Because of the aforementioned Dragon Age 2 problem. Okay. Come on, I know you want to spawn. There we are. Interesting. I gotta be real. I'm thinking a second positive for these built-in cheats. Not just because of the fact that there's no detriment for them, which is in their favor, or because of the fact that it's fun to float around and throw things at people like you're Magneto or something. It is. But because of how gradient they are. How analog is probably going to work best. Because we have how fast your energy recovers. We have how much damage reduction you take, which, you know, you take 10% damage, 20% damage, etc. And you can just adjust this to whatever feels good. How fast your ammo recovers. You never die. You kill everything in one hit. And we're going to try a couple other ones here really quick before we move on. So, aim snapping. Let's try that. Oh, that's weird. This must be what Call of Duty players feel like when they use those bots that are toxic cancer and need to be thrown out a window into the sun. Seriously, don't do that. Don't use bots in Call of Duty. And of course, now I've killed everything. Damn it. Hey, could you respawn? Now, where's another place I know has mobs? Yeah, right there would be good. Yeah, no, that sounds about accurate, Zactaft. We even have our own Phoenix in Polaris. Meanwhile, Darth Tyrant and Kemek are apparently the same person? That would explain a lot of things, actually. Yeah. I was actually kind of hoping that it would go up in addition to down. Because I tend to prefer that kind of option whenever it's available. On spawn, out of there. I wonder if the way the spawning works, because I've sort of noticed this before, and I'm noticing it right now, is that it doesn't spawn new enemies, even if you're in an area with enemy spawns, until X amount of time has passed since the previous spawn. Like the respawn timer is universal, in other words, not area specific like it is in most games. Or global, yeah. Way to put that. Huh. I wonder. Yeah. Cheats in multiplayer, when agreed to by everyone, can be fun. See GoldenEye. Cheats in multiplayer, when not agreed to by everyone, is nonsense. Okay, whatever. To be continued. Yeah, nobody played a solid job. Yeah. Cool. Whatever, we will test the other two cheats as we go. Let's go ahead and finally advance the story, shall we? But yeah, right now I'm leaning toward 2 positives for those.
The resonance emitted from the HRAs is purely antithetical to every variant of the hiss signal I can arrange. But how did Darling...
If we understand the hiss to be a force based on vibration and resonance, then perhaps their incantation, which is the now agreed upon term for their vocalizations, is an effort to express that resonance using human vocal cords and speech. Would there be differences if the incantations were recited in a different language? The most common word used is want. Interestingly, every usage of the word is attributed to a you. You want to listen, you want this to be true, you must want these waves to drag you away. Are we the you the hiss is referring to? Do the hiss believe humanity, possibly all non-hiss life, wants to join it? To be consumed by it? Is that the goal? The second most used words are through and time, and is possibly the way the hiss stated how they arrived here, or an indication of age. There's clear intention in the words. Dismissing the incantation as nonsense, as some of my colleagues recommend, is beyond idiotic. Yeah, Skyrim's console would be 3 pluses, Sierra Mike. Specifically Skyrim, because Skyrim's console is bonkers good. Researchers were sent to transcribe the recursive chant repeated by the hiss entities. In the interest of safety, This was done with the non-aggressive floating Hiss entities. However, no distinction between this repeating phrase and the ones repeated by the more violent Hiss entities has been observed. What is the purpose of this repeating string of words, and how is this how the Hiss corrupts individuals? Does the chant produce a physical effect, a message, an incantation? We were able to record a first-hand recitation of the chanting. See corresponding audio record. To examine the invasion's timeline of events is for possible patterns in Hiss behavior. Establishing a timeline is difficult at present because of the lack of reliable communication between Bureau sectors and staff. Preliminary models indicate the ground zero of the invasion is located within the executive sector. Once it becomes possible to interview the surviving personnel, pinpointing the exact location should be feasible. Other outstanding questions that a timeline may help answer. 1. How did the Hiss get past the internal lockdown? 2. How did the Hiss resonance advance through space, deliberately or uniformly? 3. What is their ultimate goal? The outside world? Cross-dimensional destination? 4. What do I get for lunch today? I was thinking burritos.
It's happening. After all these years, Dylan is here. But am I too late? How is he? I need to know.
He's clearly been affected by the Hiss, but it's different than any other manifestation we've recorded. Maybe what makes you so special is genetic. He was a prime candidate. Or maybe it's Polaris protecting him, something else affecting the situation. I need to run tests. He seems more in control, more present.
I want to see him. My brother. Or is he?
Of course. Now, Marshall set up an HRA-warded cage to contain him. It's on the upper floor, up the stairs.
Okay, I need to go.
Jesse, be careful.
Yeah, he's the final boss or whatever. I already got that. That's good. I let in the Hiss because the Hiss is actually your secret mother, who died 5 years ago while thinking about your brother. And that's why it manifests as red, because that day you were looking at a red Chevrolet which ran you over. What? Objects of power are unique in their capacity to grant certain individuals paranatural abilities. We call these individuals parautilitarians. The potency of these abilities depends on the parautilitarian. Using the object of power as an example, some parautilitarians can achieve a throw distance of while others are capable only of as little as What exactly determines an individual's paranatural competence is unknown, but is largely believed by some that exists within the body and that, like all muscles, it can be exercised. To continue my analysis, I have officially requested access to the Northmore records, considering he is one of the most accomplished parautilitarians the Bureau has ever seen. Dr. Darling is still considering this request. Kind of, Chemic, but actually not really. So I'm going to go with no for the moment. But it has to do with the wake of Alan, if that makes any sense. I know it. Right. Can't fly.
Need to learn from this. Better emergency procedures. Designated instruments.
It's just an old computer up here.
You are a worm through time. The thunderstorm distorts you. Happiness comes, white pearls, but yellow and red in the eye. Through a mirror, inverted is made right. Leave your insides by the door. Push the fingers through the surface into the wet. You've always been a near you. You want this to be true. We stand around you while you dream. You can almost hear our words, but you forget. Through time, the thunderstorm distorts you.
So, how's it going, bro? Or things.
You are a worm through time.
Shit.
The thunderstorm distorts you.
That's Dylan.
White pearls,
Can
but
you hear
yellow
me?
and red in the eye.
Oh, come on, Dylan. I'm here. I found you.
Into the way. You've always been a near you. You want this to be true.
Do you know who I am? Oh, you know me. Say it.
You are Dylan Faden's sister.
He's talking in the third person. Always a good sign.
Do you know who you are?
Not Dylan. Trench and Darling made sure of that. I'm P6. P6. But I'm better now. The hiss made me better. Push the fingers through the surface into the wet. You've always been the new you. You want this
Can you
to
stop
be
that?
true.
Please?
Not exactly the reunion I'd hoped for.
It feels good to say those words. I want to say them. They sound good. They make me feel good. Don't you want to say them too?
No. Fuck off, no. You need to help me get this thing out of his head. If he is still in there, if there is anything left, you have to help me.
You! You came in through the hole in you! We let you in! You've always been here! The only truth! A copy of a copy of a copy of a copy!
Stop it!
Orange peel!
Shit. Shit. He can see you. This is not safe.
We found Polaris together with my sister when we were very small. In Ordinary. In the desert, through the door opened up by the slide projector. But she didn't help when Trench took me away. She didn't give me any powers. All the powers are my own powers. She didn't help when they locked me up for years. After the song time for applause, we build you till nothing remains. The air cracks and the truth will emerge out of you. You are home. The Bureau brought the slide projector back here with me. And the Bureau did what the Bureau does. They used it. And they found... They opened the door up to the hiss. That's the only thing I can thank them for.
There. There it is. We stopped the Altered World event in Ordinary when we shut down the slide projector. And now the projector's here.
An earworm is a tune you can't stop humming in a dream. Baby, 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 yeah. Just plastic. So safe. Nothing to worry about. Funny. I welcomed the hiss. I let it in. To get rid of her. The hiss set me free. Polaris is using you. The Bureau is using you. You are a puppet. You can almost hear our words, but you forget.
If we shut off the slide projector, maybe that will stop the hiss.
Your regulations.
Maybe it's not too late for my brother.
It's too late for your brother.
For yourself, Jesse. Sister. The horrible truth about the Bureau. The hiss is the better option. Go to the Prime Candidate program in the containment sector. I have the keycard to get you there. Salvador wanted me to have it.
Wanted? Bullshit. I saw what the hiss did to Salvador. What it turned him into.
Okay, Dylan. I'll go. I want to see the truth for myself.
I'll go. But only to look for the slide projector. You can help me. We can end this.
You are a worm through time. You are a worm through time. The thunder's...
Hey, clearance level 6. Ooh. Let's never come back into that room ever again. Hey, could you go shoot my brother, please? Thanks. Alright, so... let's see here. I've been told by a mysterious voice in the back of my mind that I should keep talking. Polaris has spoken to me and says I should keep talking to Dylan.
Happiness comes with white pearls, but yellow and red in the eye, through a mirror of the invert.
I don't know what else I'm hoping to find here.
Dylan. Can we talk?
I'd like to tell you about a dream I had last night.
Nope.
Off to a good start.
I'm out.
Okay. I'm listening.
I was back in Ordinary, before all of this happened. But in the dream, I was alone. It was just me. I was the only child. A girl. My name was Jesse Dylan Faden. But then the Bureau came and caught me, brought me back here, locked me up. Have you ever noticed that our names, Jesse, Dylan, they could be girls' names, boys' names, could be anything. Don't you find that weird? I find that weird.
Sure. What the hell was that? Is he trying to mess with me?
You are armed through time. The thunderstorm distorts you. Happiness comes.
Okay.
Maybe Dylan's still in there.
Nope.
Maybe there's a way to reach him.
Nope.
I'd like to talk to my brother, please. Dylan?
Dylan would like to tell you about a dream he had just now.
This again?
I was going to be the new director of this place. I helped you get a job here so that we could be together. You were an office assistant. You'd make coffee and deliver the mail, and there was always plenty of work to do. And it stayed that way, forever and ever. It was nice. Really nice.
That's debatable.
But here's the strange thing. The dream shifted, and none of it was real anymore. It was a game. We were in a game, and it was a fucking boring game. But you couldn't stop playing. And then it shifted again. Or maybe it was another dream already. Or maybe I'm just confusing them. But in this other dream, it was more like a musical. This is an ordinary song about an ordinary girl from an ordinary town. It's the ordinary story. She worked an ordinary job in an ordinary office. Something. And that's all I can remember of that dream.
Maybe that's for the best.
I'm gonna cut off there, I think. That's enough foreshadowing for today.
Happiness comes with white words, but yellow and red in the eye.
I do sympathize with Jesse, even if I don't understand it. It takes a different kind of mind to pursue something for decades and then be like, oh, I can never get it. Okay. And just kind of adapt to that, you know? It's not a fun thing to go through. So, how do we get there? Let's go here. There's also the horrible poison which she is going through right now, which is... oh. There's nothing you can do about that, really. Okay, let's try this out. That's the auto-aim. That's probably more useful in consoles. It's just disorienting as hell on a mouse. Jeez Louise, look at that. Nah, it's fine, Zach Taft. We'll let him inevitably break out. Jesse needs this, after all. If we were to remove Dylan from Jesse, then Jesse would never be able to overcome the fact that she still has hope. Unless you crush their hope, they'll always think that the hope might still be there. Or worse, they think it was there and you took it away from them. We don't want her to have that kind of resentment with the kind of power she has. Also, I'm not evil. Just saying. Let's try out the other one. What's the other one? Enhanced aim assist. Ah, so that's just... yeah. Let's really test that, shall we? Well, no, that's not as bad as I thought it would be. Although it is registering headshots pretty loosely. When I know those shouldn't be headshots. I'm kind of deliberately missing the head there. Either way, I think I'm decided on a second pause for those difficulty, or, wow, those cheat options. Let's go ahead and just commit to that. Yeah, it makes me wonder what Northmore was actually like. Let's just go and turn this off. Listen, Krenzler, there's nothing unusual about what's going on here right now. Now, excuse me. I've got to go to work today. Let's see, here's file 13B. Thank you. This is going to sound like I'm joking, but this actually makes perfect sense so far. I'm just waiting for it to kind of flop, you know? So, 2 pluses for that. I've been sitting on a lot of pluses and negatives for a while now. I think we're going to codify a little bit here. So we've got... Question. Destruction. The destruction physics of the game. 1 positive or 2? I was leaning towards 1 as well, but as always, I like to question these things when there's any kind of question. Yeah, Red Faction. I was trying to think of other games that have more destructive physics. Yeah, it's purely cosmetic here, but that is part of the fun factor. That is relevant. That is something that should be considered. So I do think it absolutely deserves 1. Right? But as you say, it is almost entirely cosmetic. It's just, you know, just having fun with it. You know? It's almost assuredly that the destruction physics are why this game has other gameplay issues. For better or for worse. Because, yeah, I bet you money, a huge amount of the gameplay budget went into that. The item was last owned by Madame an operatic performer from Berlin. After her career ended in public scandal, she relocated to Maine for reasons unknown. With her came the trappings of her old life, including this item. Locals report that she rarely left home in the short years she spent in After her death, caused by the state held a public auction of her belongings, seeing as she had no known relatives. Various conflicting first-hand reports exist, but testimonies provided by witnesses of the event do contain some common elements. Most every witness saw numerous mannequins break through the house's windows, tumbling outside. Some witnesses report bright lights, some report high-pitched singing. These are unverified. Numerous civilians inside the house at the time of the incident were hospitalized for various injuries. 2 were crushed to death. Agents were dispatched upon seeing an article regarding these events during the Bureau's daily scans of national periodicals. The item was quickly identified and brought to the Bureau. 1967 is when they got that. Yeah, that's kind of what I was leaning towards as well. So, yeah, let's commit to that. 1+ for destructo physics. This and this. So we're actually up to here right now. And fortunately, we're also up to here on negatives. Oh yeah, persistent damage could probably cause some very, very serious issues in this one. I'm going to get rid of this one. I am going to add this one. I'm debating a few other positives to story. Mostly character stuff, but we are up to 9 on this axis. I stand by what I said earlier. I think the guns shouldn't even be in the game. A gift card, comma, a parcel of land in Scotland, comma, and I'm not sure what the third thing I'm going to get her is yet, period. Hey, Von Falkenstein. Alright. Oh, where the hell am I? Right. Come on. Oh yeah, I can switch back now, I just realized. So let's do that. That's sort of my point overall, Sierra Mike. I don't disagree. I think they could do more stuff with, you know, this. Let me think. What would I do with the gun to really vary it up more? I mean, okay, within the realm of feasibility, because I know exactly what I'd do to vary up the gun more if I was really going for it. make it so you can combo the gun and the powers more. Now, obviously, there's something simple like being able to shoot while having a shield up. But no, I mean, like, really combo it. Imagine you can be like, "Pwah," and then grab the shots, and then throw them back at the enemy again. Or make it so that you can, I don't know, you could switch to, let's switch to this thing, and it actually has like a homing feature. So you like shoot, say there's someone around that pillar over there, and you shoot here, and it actually goes around and hits them, Add some fun stuff, some fun mutators. Those are just two things right off the top of my head. You get the idea, though, right? Because it's not like the gun isn't worth doing. It has decent damage. It's just nowhere near as fun as being able to do this, And yeah, a straight-up rocket launcher form would not go amiss either. Where am I going? Right, I don't know where I'm going. That's the problem. I'm looking for a level 6 door. That's what I'm looking for. Aha! I found it! See, this is what happens. All that toilet paper was hoarded right here. That's why we had that issue. This is where I just was. I gotta hurry, else they'll respawn. Because I'm pretty sure it is on a global timer at this point. That's pretty defined. Did I give the doodads positive? Yeah, I did. Okay. Because there's... Can't fault their visuals. Meeting adjourned. Oh yeah, like maybe make it so that each gun has a specific power that it combos with. That's super cool. Wow, that actually hit through the barrier. I'm completely turned around at this point. Where the hell do you want me to go, game? Sure, that works. Right where I died, so... let's try it this way. I feel like I already... Yeah, no, I definitely already did that. There we are. Let me in. Really liking that formatting.
Define new prime candidates. After North Moor stepped down, I doubled every effort to find new prime candidates. There was no one. No one but me. That wasn't good enough. I pushed hard. I never wanted the Bureau to end up in that situation again. The Bureau needs a director. Always. When my time reaches an end, I want more options on the table. P1 through P5 were all false leads, dead ends, and disappointments. Then P6, Dylan Faden. He fell into our arms. No parents, they're gone, casualties of an AWE. The boy has exceptional talent. The oldest house will be his home. We'll build him from the ground up. He'll be trained and taken care of. Darling can be in charge of this project. I can't. I'll stay away. I will not fail the boy like I failed my own family. My daughter and my wife. We weren't careful enough back then. Something came home with me. I took work home. My Susanna got sick. When I realized my mistake, I wanted to bring her here for Darling to do what he could. Kate flat out refused. Civilian doctors treated our daughter, but they didn't have a clue. She died. Kate left me. Same old story. That was a long time ago. The Bureau is all I have now. And the prime candidates are our future. There are two, P6 and P7. We're spoiled for choice.
You know, I wouldn't be surprised if Exalted covers that, because I feel like I've seen that in fiction before, Dakota.
The Bureau needs a director. Our future. P6 and P7.
Not my fault that everything is so shotgunnable, okay? Hey, 10-headed Hydra. What's going on? Disregard Salope. Forever! Whoop, 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 whoop. Let's do this proper like. Get some energy back. Be careful. And then we shoot him in the face with a shotgun. Standard procedure. Speaking of which. Just jotting down some else in my notes, don't mind me. I will say, since we're on day 2 at this point, the game has been surprisingly smooth running. We only had a couple of stutters right at the very beginning. As a reminder, this game is absolutely cranked to the highest possible graphics capacity. It's alright, Saluk. Avocados were too good for this world. Yeah, I suppose knock on wood, Plutonia, but I'm a little surprised by... Huh. Okay. Exactly, Zalok. And we will make a new avocado. A better avocado. One that everyone can enjoy instead of only like 5 people who live in California. Because there's only 5 people in California. Okay, first of all, shut up!
Is this what Dylan wanted me to see? It doesn't matter. We need to find that projector.
Last scene. And there's the actress who plays Jessie. Classified. Getting coffee and soap. Or, wait, coffee soap? Yeah. Ugh. It's gross.
All the times I felt paranoid, I was right. The Bureau could have given me the answers, but they just stood by and watched me.
Well, yeah. You were the, control. God, am I saying that right? Right? There's an experiment. You have the test case and you have the control case or something like that. I've actually never had avocado on toast. I need to try that someday. Control group. Yeah, I was right. I was right. I'm not completely crazy. Yes, we were the control group. Wah wah. Eastward movement. Cause for concern? Departed for Cheyenne, Wyoming, Sydney, I'm not sure what that is. Des Moines, Chicago, South Bend, Cleveland, Bloomsburg, New York City. And we have a new outfit, which we can't try on yet, but we'll try it on when we can.
We used to play there all the time. Me and Dylan. And other kids as well. We loved it. This time, I remember, was different. We found a way in, deeper into it, like it had shifted. We went inside, and that's where we found the slide projector.
A dump is a place for lost things. Things that have been thrown away. Did you ever feel that way when you were growing up, Jessie?
What? No. Yes, but that has nothing to do with...
Was there a slide projector at your home when you were small?
No.
Those were before your time, I suppose. But your family did look at photos together, maybe. In one form or the other?
Maybe.
When was this? Can you remember? At parties? Barbecues? How did it make you feel? Did your parents ever show pictures that embarrassed you? Was alcohol ever involved at these parties? Did your parents drink? Did that make you uncomfortable?
No, that's just stupid. Come on. That has nothing to do with this. Nothing.
The slide projector, let me ask you this. As a child, did you ever fantasize about worlds inside pictures? Inside a painting? You know, stepping into a painting, into a hidden world, escaping and finding adventure there, away from your parents.
I don't think so. I don't remember. Maybe. I don't know.
Apparently I muted myself so you wouldn't hear me in the middle of that. I'm sorry, that... How long was I muted? Yeah, no, I've seen people do that crap in real life. As usual, that's a little bit more obvious for the sake of, you know... frickin' video games. But yeah, no, that is... Gaslighting, ironically, doesn't have a proper definition. But I like to think of gaslighting as any time when you try to override the truth usually with noise rather than avoidance, right? That's simple definition. And yeah, it is surprisingly, horrifically easy to mess with people's memories, especially if someone else is deliberately doing it to you. So, the reason I did this, which apparently I was muted while I was doing it, I just want to find this shrink and just kind of right in the face, right? Just one. Just a quick one. Just BAM! It's one of the reasons why you've probably heard me use the phrase unprompted. Because someone saying something unprompted has more validity to it than someone who's... If you say, do you think such and such? And they're like, oh man, I totally think... You know, prompting can change the answer, because that's how people work. So in short... Moving on.
They studied what happened in Ordinary here. That's the place to start looking.
Of course there's enemies here. Why wouldn't there be? It's too close. Yeah, it's similar to Loaded Questions, which ironically also pissed me off for effectively the same reasons. That's some hell. Those were shotgun shots, I want to remind you. I have upgraded my shotgun. Not fully, of course, just yikes. Anyways. No, that's exactly the problem, Kamek. Okay, there is such a thing as a game that has a good difficulty zigzag. That is something that is true and something that's valid and blah, 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 blah. But I don't think this game pulls that off. Well, you see plutonium... Wait a second. See a creepy teeth delivery and raise you a dead dog. Yeah, straight up deceased dog. Had a collar on it and everything. They've been rotting in that box since they packed it up. Go ahead and imagine how it smelled. Don't go whining to me. I wish I got to watch a parade of human teeth. What? One moment. Yeah, exactly, Kemek. I actually asked a couple of friends of mine, kind of referenced this, what they thought of the game for those who'd played it, and two of them both responded with the same thing. They got to the first boss and then put the game down. So, shipping manifest from Willow AWE. Hollow sphere, vitrified soil, pieces of various sizes and colors, animal carcass, possibly canine, rusted metal bucket, leather wallet, aged shotgun cartridge. No. The Poindexter. I'm following the quests, like you do. Yeah, that's the really funny part. On the one hand, you'd think a place like this would have a really nice retirement plan because, you know, they've done a really valuable, very difficult service, so they deserve to have a nice retirement. On the other hand, the retirement plan is probably just this. Actually, yeah, the retirement plan is we take care of your family for you. You're dead, but, you know.
Both prime candidates. Experiments.
For jalapenos and avocado, do you think I should get cheddar or pepper jack? Well, see, I mean, you get the idea, right? Like, first of all, going back to the ordinary world after this would have you just jumping at shadows. Both the real ones and the imagined ones. But second of all, this is a huge security risk to let anybody who knows anything about this get out of the Bureau. Assuming it even allows you to, because remember, there's some that looks like fun. Metamorphic stuff going on, too. Or not metamorphic. Metaphysical? Magical. There's some magical stuff going on here, too. Like, you literally can't even find the Bureau except under certain conditions, even though it's this giant building in the middle of New York City. Cheddar with avocado? I don't know. I should ask a Californian, but Ross isn't here, so... Let's refill a little bit. Also true, Takota. That hurt. You've seen me get upset at things like how much money mobile games make, or GTA Online makes, or movies make. Imagine how horrible real life would be if the actual collective unconsciousness of people made those things real. Like, just picture how absolutely horrific that could get. Because the problem with collective unconsciousness is that it is by definition a snowball problem. The worse it gets, the worse it gets, in any direction. Ross, cheddar or pepper jack for avocado? Pepper jack, done. What's a latte? I know it's a type of coffee, but what is it? Yeah, exactly, Hasdus. The feedback loop of collective unconsciousness is a terrifying concept.
We're going back home.
Yeah. Coffee with milk? Sure.
It started there, and it's never gone away.
Cabin in the Woods. God, I hate that movie so much. I mean, it's a good movie. It's just the ending of that movie, which I'm not going to spoil right now, bothered me so much. Oh, God. Oh, right. Well, last time I tried cold coffee, and I couldn't smell it, really, because it was through a straw. So we're going to try something different this time. Right, what am I doing? Right, I'm upgrading Shatter, which I can do now. And we're upgrading Shatter a third time. Shatter is as good as it's getting. Yeah, those freaking Japanese. Yeah, that's the weird thing. I actually enjoyed Cabin in the Woods until the ending. Me, I'm not into horror, but I felt like they did some legitimately interesting and fun stuff with it, and then the movie ended. All right, so we've got... Where's that really awesome thing I got? Where is it? Reload speed while shielded. Boop. I'll check outfits. Don't worry. Just making sure I'm all lined up here. Can we do... Can we stack those? Let's find out. Wrong one. I don't know how we can tell. Do mods stack? I have no idea if mods stack. Whatever. Let's check out... yeah, that's not what I need to do. Oh, that's the... I haven't seen the picture lately. I've seen it. I just haven't seen it lately. How's this? Hang on. Let me actually put the order in so I actually have this for launch. It's okay, I'm ordering it from the place that isn't garbage. Jackass. God, I'm still pissed about that. Large tip, as always. Always tip well. Cocaine bears. What? Alright, Nah, it's fine, Kamek. I thought I could do it here, too. Crap, I was wrong. Okay, so hang on. So... just recoil. Damage boost. I might actually go for that. I did finally get a refund on the pizza. I really do wonder, like, I have no way of knowing, but I really wonder what happened to the pizza. Because what I'm picturing is someone entering or leaving, saw it on the, the freaking asphalt in the parking lot, and was like... And I live in a nice neighborhood, so what probably happened is they took the pizza, brought it in, and said, "Did anybody order pizza?" And when the answer was no, they got a free pizza, and hopefully someone enjoyed that. Let's see here. Very unlikely, Ross. Okay, so... you just get lots of projectiles fired. Look at that. Sure, Sierra Mike, go for it. Let me look this up. Let me just look this up. Do mods stack? Simple question. According to this, mods do stack. Okay. So let's just do... well, no, let's not do that. Let's go ahead and get our reload speed while in shield, because that's awesome. Where was that? There it is. Hopefully that'll help our damage output a little bit. They cost way too damn much, unless you get it under certain circumstances, Plutonia. Like, if you go to a pizza joint and get a pizza, that's probably going to be about 25 bucks. If you have a pizza delivered, that's going to cost a little bit more. And by a little bit, I mean way too much more. If you go to a local place, and you know that has really good local pizza, that's probably going to run you closer to 10. But the actual pizza chains have been slowly shrinking the pizzas while upping the prices. You remember when a medium pizza was about this big? Because it hasn't been for over a decade.
Fuck, if they're in there and we go around that way. There you are. Did you find those rangers at the formation?
I found them. But it's not good news. The Hiss got there first. Lots of them.
Oh, another dead team. Jesus. You know, I should have seen this coming. The formation, it's got like a pull to it. Things just end up there. I'm sure you saw all the junk from the Bureau lying around.
There were a lot of Hiss, Arish. I mean, a lot. Did they get pulled in too?
Or they forced their way in. The formation is just a big question mark to us. But who knows? You might even find some useful stuff down there. All I know is we cannot let the Hiss get comfortable.
Sounds like you have a plan.
Uh-huh. A simple one. You need to find more tokens and clear the Hiss the fuck out of the formation.
That is simple.
Oh, and I found a file on the formation while you were gone. You take a look for yourself if you want. A lot of the terms in there are way beyond me. I don't like to overcomplicate these situations. When in doubt, fuck it. Shoot something, right?
Real helpful, Arish.
I try.
Interesting.
I have to go.
Me too. You're not the only one who's busy, you know. Hey, watch yourself out there.
Oh, and consequently, if I go and buy, the parts to make a pizza at the local grocery store, that's going to be about 10 bucks, and it's going to be way better. I'm not sure if I like Arish or not. Arish. What I do like is killing him. Yeah, and then reloading. The formation is a tall stone structure found in the quarry site Beta, only reachable by placing distinct tokens in the Jukebox object of power, COOP 110. 110. 10. The formation's exact purpose is but we can at least examine its relationship with the surrounding it. Measuring devices found trace evidence of at certain lines running from the formation to the When examined properly, 4 direct ritual tethers were detected. Some form of sympathetic causality connects the formation with which means in theory that when certain are performed at one, it will physically alter the other. I've been urged to note that some individuals believe the formation responds to any fulfillment of purpose or desire in nearby individuals, though I'd like to remind those individuals that we're the parakinesiology department, not the parafeelings department. I'm proud to report that my team was able to design, construct, and install a permanent detection system. These arches help Rangers identify when causal tethers are active, allowing them to better... Yeah, I should probably just do that from now on. Okay. Change outfit. That's horrible. No. No, 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 no. That's not happening. This is... No. Moving on. Okay, where were we? I think we were over here. Oh, you know what I should do? And what I'm going to do. So I think I've seen enough of S.H.I.E.L.D. gameplay. I'm going to do a little bit more of it. Just a little. Mostly to test out the new mods we just got.
There's gotta be a way to rotate this tracks.
So, here we are.
Maybe there's a control panel nearby.
Morgoth didn't watch the A Hat in Time stream. Could you, Korgoth? We trusted you. Hello? Fine. I actually kind of like those enemies more than any other enemy in this game. The spikes. That probably sounds weird, but they're a complete avoidance enemy, which kind of makes them unique amongst all the enemies in this game. You know? Yes. Hooah! Or hoorah, or hoorah, or I've heard like 5 other different variations. I know, right, Zillow? The only reason the Raspberry Jam in this game isn't more negatives is because there are ways, relatively easy ways, to mitigate it built into the game. Otherwise, that would easily be more than one negative, because it's pretty bad in this one.
Maybe there's a control panel nearby.
There's also "Hua," which obviously you say that when you're in a hurry. That's just duh, right? I don't see any difference in damage whatsoever with all these projectile mods on. So, let's see here. What else we got? A chance to refund ammo on hit, plus damage. I should probably do that. In fact, I had another plus damage somewhere. I think that was it. Maybe? Oh, yeah, that's it. Oh, maybe this one. That's only 18. We'll do that one. So let's see what that damage boost feels like, shall we? Near identical. Hey, Nexus of Concordia. But yeah, I feel like the spikes are more interesting Probably just because they are different. They are the only enemy in this game that is really fundamentally different, which I suppose is weird. Oh, dude, I love it, Zalok. Let's do it! And it's on a timer, and every time you screw up, you have to start all the way over from the very beginning. There we go. I do agree with something that I think Chemic said earlier. This game feels like it should have a reload option. Now, what I mean by that is there should be an option to be, like, in the middle of the thing and hit, you know, R.
There's gotta be a way to rotate
And start the reload process, you know? Start the heat venting. Instead, all you can do is just stop shooting, which feels a little bit weird. And, of course, you have to wait a moment for it to go through. It's a really minor thing, but I do think adding that button and removing that second or so from every single reload in the entire game would probably add up to something worthwhile. What do we got here? Okay. That's a good idea. Let's get voice acting. I was gonna bring in my neighbor's cat to do some voice acting. Does that sound good? I have to be honest. If I ever do make a game that has voice acting, one of the things I've considered doing, you know, as a bonus optional mode would be like cat mode. And, you know, it would have full voice acting, but there would be an option to just change the main character's voice actor to be... You really think we should do it? Okay. That does seem kind of risky. Just get some audio of cats fighting, you know. Yeah, something like that, Dakota. No, I agree, Nexus of Concordia. There's a reason I've given multiple positives. There's more of this frickin' fungus to this game in terms of audio design. Guess who had to inspect an inbound delivery of 100 teensy little boxes? Me, that's who. You know what each was in each side one? Which was inside each one? A single human tooth. Gross. I demand movement! Yeah. Okay. I'm okay. was thinking I was going to have to ram that thing into the door. But probably thinking a little bit too much like Force Unleashed there. My bad. I mean, look at how we open chests, for God's sakes. Well, that's a good sign. Yes, I am playing on PC. I have no idea what my specs are off the top of my head. I am playing on the nuclear submarine. And it is a very, very nice computer. I do have ray tracing on. In fact, I have everything on. The graphics are absolutely cranked to max. That's right. I know I have the 5090X, or the 5950X, excuse me. And I know I have a 3080, probably a Ti. I'm not actually sure about that. I've got 64 gigs of standard RAM at this point. It's all just kind of the same quality. Let's just be honest with ourselves. One thing I do like about Shield, something shows up, I can just immediately throw it up. I have, but I usually don't for streaming, since there's not really a lot of point in streaming in 4K, since I literally can't. Twitch doesn't really support 4K streaming. Especially not for a little spec like me. But, to use an example, those Lorecraft videos were actually recorded in 4K. And use your best judgment, one linguist. Interesting. I will admit, Zalok, that and I'm going to say this as non-judgmentally as I can, I looked at 4K gaming like, what's the freaking point, until I did it. I am currently playing on a very large monitor. Now, this happens to be a 4K monitor. In fact, actually, it's bigger than 4K. I forget the actual resolution capacity of this thing. Ultra 4K, I think is what they're calling it nowadays, something like that. Anyways, point being, when I actually started seeing games that can handle this kind of resolution, it was a little bit of a game changer. I could use a few examples of that, but easily the best one is Doom Eternal, which looks incredible on this thing. And yes, this is in fact an OLED, although that's actually incidental. I needed a monitor that was large, that could support large resolution, and that had extremely low input timing delay, because video gaming. And those are the only requirements I had. OLED just kind of happened to come along with the rest. How'd you manage, Ross? I'm assuming you're using the mega trick that I showed you. It's very good on the eyes, which is part of the point as well. I don't particularly like headaches. So, I've actually said this already, but one of my favorite games to play in 4K is Stardew Valley. For those of you who haven't heard me say this, did you know Stardew Valley has 4K support? And it's not just that the pixels are bigger. It zooms the camera out more. So if you've ever played Stardew Valley, picture seeing the entire farm area from anywhere in it. Like if you're in the middle of the farm, you could see the entire farm because the camera zoomed out that far. It's actually really awesome. Especially when you're in town trying to find people. Like, oh, they're over there. It also looks really cool. WoW also looks really, really good in 4K, as does FF14, as I've tried both. And, you know, the aforementioned recording. I mean, that's pretty good timing, Ross. I think I'm starting to notice that damage boost with the damage boost mods. Go figure on that. Well, I have no idea Nexus of Concordia. According to the information I had, we should be beating the game about 5 minutes ago. Obviously, we're nowhere near that, and we still have 2 DLCs to do, so... Oh. I got nothing. But yes, I do need to do lunch. I was just hoping for a slightly better cutoff point. I suppose that could do. We just pause right here. We'll pause after reading this thing right here. The airplane in question has been brought in from a private airfield located in the town of Cincinnati. It is suspected to be connected to the AWE. See case file for details, and is being evaluated for altered status. The plane is currently being stored in the transit corridor of the Containment sector, brought here through the New York subway tunnel. Special access for more information on tunnel and links to urban legend centers, on ghost stations, abandoned tracks, and see file 4124521. The plane's black box is currently being evaluated for and initial readings have been taken by a research team, although no altered status has yet been detected. Oh, I don't use how long to beat, because how long to beat is astonishingly inaccurate. I don't think I've ever seen a how long to beat estimate that's even close to reality. But I'm also 99% certain that this game, which was funded a very long time ago, did not take into account DLC time, among other things. So, we will go into the extremely scary, terrifying, ordinary AWE area after the lunch break.